No, we are now.
Oh,
Hello, Cleveland. How you doing, kids? Yep. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. This is the Open Chat. I am Diana Clarion, and with me, I have one heck of a crowd today. All right, today we have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. Hello, my love. How are you?
I'm all right. Starting to wake up thanks to this can of watermelon Red Bull. I got a chance to test out my new bicycle. It's one of those, it's like electronic and has a rider assist sort of thing. It's got a lot of bells and whistles. But I'm a little bit on the out of shape side. So, the new thighs will be arriving tomorrow.
Uh,
But no, I arrived home pretty brain fried, not feeling great, but now I'm waking up a little.
Alrighty.
Um,
Well, you've got
and
a goal to
also
work toward.
I've got my VR room is working finally. It turned out the ISP sent me a bum modem, so I spent like a good 3 weeks not exercising. Mind you, some of that was still like I'm recovering from COVID, not exercising. But now I can actually play games like Beat Saber without it constantly stuttering because the internet's that bad. So all in all, things are going my way, and I'm enjoying it.
Yay! What were we talking? R.J. Downard bad when it came to the internet?
I don't know what that means.
Oh, what you do know RJ, right?
Not at all.
Oh, he's
Oh, wait a minute. You mean from movie night?
yeah, huh? Yeah,
Oh,
he always has trouble hooking up to the internet
so
because it's
does he go by a different name at some point?
sometimes James.
Okay, I must be thinking of a different guy. I don't know. Um, but yeah, the one dude like constantly stuttering, and he's always like waxing eloquent about science and stuff, but no one can
Yep,
understand him.
yep. That's
All
it.
right.
That's RJ.
It's just my
Love him
memory
dearly.
playing tricks on me with names. You know how I can be.
Oh yeah, this is true.
Yeah.
This is true. Oh my,
But,
but
anyway, Carol, introduce the other guests.
there you go.
Yeah.
And along with the one and the only, we also have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kitty. Hello,
Hi
dear.
everyone.
Yay.
I just have to run back. I am playing V Rising and
Still
I'm
playing that
having
game.
so much fun.
I've got to. I've got to do the thinking. I just might buy that, and then maybe we can end up playing that or something.
I would love that.
That sounds like a
We can be
shitload of
vampire
fun.
besties. It'll be
Yeah.
awesome.
I've got $18 lying around here somewhere. I know I do. And we also have, last but certainly not least, Mage Grey Wolf. How are you, honey?
I'm doing good. And since we have Savage Meadow in the chat, I hope she's still there.
I
Take a look
certainly
at
hope
this.
so.
This arrived on my doorstep this morning.
Oh, is
Yay!
that what that is?
That's
Okay.
amazing.
Oh my. I don't know if I would know how to use that. I mean, I've got the proof copy that she sent me. But I'm
So
not
if
sure
anybody
how.
wants to get one.
Yeah,
Well,
they're cheap at twice the price.
Yeah, there's about was it 10.50 for that guy?
I forget. I do. Um,
did anyone see the most recent episode of the Orville
10.50.
called Domino?
not
Yes, I have.
Oh my God, was that a movie or what?
Amazing.
Cha! I was so happy with that. Anyway, sorry to change subjects. It just sort of, for some reason, popped into my head looking at that notebook. I don't know why.
Okay.
That's fine. I'm always up to talk about
Not
the
a, not a
Orville.
problem. Not a problem at all.
And
Yeah,
I'm
this
down
is
to talk about whatever.
the one that Minnow sent me, and all over it is written "not for resale." Oh my.
I never know what I would do with a journal. I mean, like, I'd write in it and never read it again.
I don't know. I really don't. Because
And
that's
I hate writing shit by hand. Like,
uh-huh.
I mean, I
Yeah.
do it, but my handwriting is abominable, and it takes so long that my thoughts outrace the pen or pencil.
Yes.
and I lose like 75% of what I want to say.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed is that many times I'm writing the second line before the first line is finished.
Oh, I do that when I'm typing all the time.
Well, I was
Yeah,
thinking,
The
I
number
have
of
that
times I start
problem.
typing a word and it ends up becoming another one because that's where my thoughts went.
Okay, yeah. I know that feeling.
yeah, I figure I'd get it since I have a little money and
Well, thank you, my
it
dear.
helps you out.
Hey!
If or when you kick the bucket, I've got something to look at and say, oh yeah, that person.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Kick the bucket, what, next week? I don't know.
Oh,
You
shut the
know,
fuck
I
up,
don't know the
Diana.
origin of that expression. What is that? I mean, like, I know what's meant by it, but why does it mean that?
I mean, my thought went to hanging, death by hanging, knock the bucket out from under them.
I thought it was a stool usually.
Well, I'm just saying
Huh.
that's where my thoughts went when
Oh.
I first heard the phrase. I'm not sure the etymology of it.
That's what we're looking up.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Commentary, idiom, referring to hanging. Yeah, hanging, possibly.
Huh.
Yeah,
That just seems weird. But okay.
a beam from which a
However,
pig.
there's no evidence to support that.
All right, so here's a question. Because there's this meme that goes around all the time, where it's like there's a caption, here's how so-and-so is reacting or whatever. And it's got the guy sitting in the gallows with his rope around his head, and he turns to the camera and goes, first time? Is that from a movie?
Yes, that's from a movie. I don't
What
remember.
movie is it?
I don't remember the name of the movie.
Oh. Oh yeah,
I-
stool makes sense. He says beheading. And it's like, okay, so like someone's head goes into a bucket when they're beheaded.
Yeah,
All right.
That
okay.
makes sense.
that's not a kicking though.
That one.
Well,
yeah, would
maybe
be
they
kicking
kick the bucket over, like, oh, you bastard, and kick it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, like I just thought of hanging, but beheading works too.
Of course, that's usually a basket rather than a bucket.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do remember as a kid playing kick the can, but it's probably completely unrelated.
Probably, yes.
See, another suggestion is that bucket may refer to the beam on which slaughtered pigs were suspended. The animal may struggle on the bucket, hence the expression "kick the bucket."
Huh. Okay.
There's a
And then, okay, in case you want to pile on in, Minnow, we got a little link for you over there.
I don't know.
Good villagers and their garlic.
It's weird the like I don't know, euphemisms we use for dying.
Yeah. Pushing up daisies, kick the bucket, sleeping with the fishes. Although that one makes sense when
Well,
you think
yeah.
of the mafia.
yeah.
Well, but I
Yeah.
mean, like George Carlin made a good point. He's like, I'm not gonna die. I'll pass away. It's
Yeah.
like so sanitized, you know?
But
Or
that's
expire
honestly, it
like a
makes
magazine
sense.
subscription.
It makes sense though, because like we as a species have a very difficult time confronting our own mortality.
Yes, I have noticed that!
That's why so few people want to actually take the time to do their end of life wishes and get it, in writing, and because we don't want to think about death. I mean, the closest we come to death would be like after an embalmer has done their chemical magic, their alchemical witchcraft on the body where it makes them look like they're sleeping.
Well,
And if we
it's
can't do
weird
that, we
'cause
want a closed casket.
the main reason that I don't want to die, besides the fact that it'll probably suck to get that way, is just thinking now about all the stuff I'll miss out on that I want to be here for. That's the part that, like it's not, oh, I don't want to die. I don't want to, it's just, man, I want to be here for like interstellar travel or at least something cool like that,
Agreed.
Yeah, but the point is that the point I kept trying to tell you, when I was waiting to die last year, was I'm not going to know it.
But
There
I don't
is going
care.
to
I'm
be
alive,
no
but I
me.
keep telling you I'm alive now, and now I don't want to miss out. I'm thinking about my mortality and what the result will be, And the result will be that I'm not going to get to do all this really cool shit while I'm alive, and that pisses me off now while I'm alive.
Yeah, but think of how pissed off you're going to be when you're alive and it doesn't get done.
Well, I mean, how do I know it's not going to get done in the future? Maybe that's why I want to stick around for so much longer, is well, it's coming eventually, and I want to be around for it.
And don't worry, they'll develop a cheap interstellar travel 10 minutes after you're dead.
Right, yeah. Now, see, I'm going to live forever or die trying.
Zephram
There you go.
Cochrane, like, will fucking meet the Vulcans right after you die.
Something like that. I don't know. I haven't really paid a lot of attention to Star Trek ever since Discovery came out.
Well, this would have been before Discovery. Like, it goes back to one of the movies with Picard.
Yeah.
See,
First
I didn't really
Contact.
pay attention to the movies either. I paid most of my attention. I paid to the series this is on TV.
And you have
Okay.
heard about Zephyr Conqueror in Enterprise.
Hmm.
Well,
I mean,
that's
I
from
knew
the
about
original
Zephram Cochrane. I
series.
mean, it's not like they didn't tell us a lot about the guy in the shows, but I don't know. I wasn't into the movies for some reason. They either decided for no good reason to change the uniforms, or it was a tone shift from the show, or whatever. I found them less than appealing, so I just stopped watching.
I can understand that.
Moo.
But I mean, the changes they made to the Orville were subtle, and they were not like right up in your face. Like they added some stuff to the ship's bridge, but it didn't look all that odd. It just seemed like totally in place to the point where I didn't even really notice until someone pointed it out. And that's the way you make changes to a show.
Yeah. Plus, they also have the whole refit excuse too.
Yeah. At least they showed that on camera,
Moo. Okay. And hello, Carol. How you doing, hon? Yay!
I do feel like I need a new video game to play, like a desktop game, because I've been replaying Fallout 4 too much.
Okay. Okay.
Well, Fallout 4, I love the post-apocalypse genre for some reason. Ever since I saw The Road Warrior, I've been hooked. And Fallout 4, while it's not set at a time like in a place, it's not set in a desert. It's actually set in Massachusetts, like around Boston. It's still the best example of the genre I've seen yet. But I mean, like, I don't know. They had a Mad Max game as well that was really good. But I kind of want to shift genres. I'm just not sure to what. I mean, I have a bunch of unplayed games in my library on Steam. But every time I look at them, I'm like, oh, I want to play something else.
Okay.
I don't know. It's weird. I know it's weird. It just, I don't know. Like, I did actually load Far Cry 5 onto my system. I just need to start playing it. I put Tron 2.0 on there, which is so much better than that thing they tried to call a sequel. They actually respected the original material, but it's also from like 2002. And sure, people have modded it to, accept present day resolution, but it's still very much a product of its time.
All right then.
Well, you're gonna find that with most games, though.
I don't know. Well, I mean, I do have a lot of new games on here as well.
Sometimes
Although
I think.
so many of the games on Steam were just made by a bunch of friends in their basement, and they're really shitty.
Yeah, pretty much. It's the open source of games, right?
Open source, yeah.
Uh huh. Oh, boy, yeah, I don't know.
Been playing a lot of like sort of city building style games. I mean, Cities Skylines is pretty good. Surviving Mars isn't bad. Although every now and then these games have some like weird, obscure little quirk that they don't explain well enough in the tutorial, and it really screws up your ability to play it.
Okay.
So I don't know.
It is
I also
Moo.
like the 4X games where you're building a space empire. Those are fun.
Okay, I'll have to file that away and remember that, which of course I'll forget.
Well, it's funny because like the best example of that genre that I've ever played is like from what, like the late 90s or whatever, Master of Orion 2. It's primitive as hell, but they did it really, really, really well. And the one thing they avoided was space lanes. I hate space lanes so fucking much, you have no idea.
Okay, that's true. I have no idea.
Well, because like Master of Orion 2, as long as a planet or a star was in range, you could send a ship there no matter what. But most of these games have like a network of wormholes, so even if a star is right next to the one you're on, you have to travel to 5 other frickin' stars just to get there because the wormholes are not good enough.
Okay,
I
okay.
hate space lanes so much.
Let's give you the ability to create your own space lines would be at least
Well,
be a workaround.
I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if you could develop your own kind of space drives so that you could, like, you have to use space lanes at first, but then you develop a drive that's good enough to not have to use them.
That would work too.
Yeah.
Boy, we've got a heck of a lag on here.
Oh, I just realized something. You know that couch that I have that's a really badass recliner, right? I could play the Texas Hold'em VR game with my feet up now.
Oh my, okay.
I haven't played that in a while. I should get back to it. Like, I
Moo.
mean, between the move and COVID and the bad connection, with my internet, I sort of forgot to play it for quite some time.
Oops.
Makes sense though.
Have to fix
you
that.
know, things your priorities, adjust.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh my word, now I'm yawning.
I also got Skyrim VR. That's interesting. The problem with a VR fantasy game is that the swords have no weight. So, like, you're swinging this thing that looks like a gigantic claymore, and it feels like it has the weight of styrofoam.
Okay, yeah.
It's very difficult. Although the archery is interesting in VR.
Okay.
Well, because you actually have to draw the arrow and aim with it. Like, you're not just clicking the mouse button and then letting it go.
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me, please. So I'm guessing that you have to sort of imagine the resistance of the bowstring and that sort of thing.
Well, not exactly. I mean, just how far back you draw your hand. I mean, yeah, you don't feel it, but, how far you draw it back is pretty apparent from what you're doing.
Okay, then. Okay.
Although it is really hard to aim in VR. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing how it would be difficult.
Kate would hate this game.
What, the vampire thing you're playing?
Yeah, not because it's got vampires, but because they use the British spelling, like
Ah!
and
God, I hate that shit. I hate that shit so much.
Perfect.
It was their language first.
Yeah,
Just
and then
saying.
we improved on it. We streamlined it. We did English 2.0. Just because something's old doesn't make it better. Just because something was first doesn't make it better, or you'd be driving around in Model T Fords all the time.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. But no,
Merciful
like,
Zeus.
it doesn't bother me because I prefer using British spelling.
Ugh. What, do you spell center with an R-E?
Sure, why not?
Yeah,
It's
and
because,
color with
because it's center, not
COLO.
centra.
You are.
The
There's
one thing.
only a handful of words that I don't use the British spelling for. I can't think of them. I think Czech is one of them because
Oh,
like
QUE.
yeah, like honestly, ours is just better.
For some reason, I have a World War II airplane game. I don't remember buying it.
Weird.
Maybe it came as part of a pack and like it was cheaper than because this has happened before where I wanted a game and it's happened with movies too, and buying it individually was like super expensive, but buying it as a 3-pack was way cheaper. Like not even cheaper because I'm getting 3 of something for a lower price. I mean cheaper than buying the individual game. I get 3 games. It's weird.
Okay, then. that is extremely moo.
Like, I was trying to find Spies Like Us a while back, the Chevy Chase and Dan Aykroyd movie, and like buying it standalone was some crazy amount of money. But buying it in a 4-pack with 3 of the Austin Powers movies was like super cheap.
I wonder if there was some difference in the video quality. Yeah.
Doubtful.
Okay.
I think it's just like the marketing department or whatever isn't really thinking about what they're doing. They don't take the time to look up the other thing when they make a sale.
Okay.
I mean, that's my best guess. I have no idea.
I suppose it's as good as any other. Yeah. And oh yeah, and even better would be to get the 4-pack of movies, and included would be a stick of licorice.
Well, the funny thing is, I absolutely don't like the Austin Powers movies at all. Like, I've tried so many times to watch them, and I don't get the appeal. I don't think they're funny in the least.
Well, they kind of remind me of trying to overdo it.
Well, I think part of it is just the screwy 60s, 70s vibe just doesn't appeal to me.
Okay, okay.
I don't know.
Move beef.
Although, if we're going to talk about British spy comedies, the Johnny English series is a lot of fun. The ones with Rowan Atkinson.
I don't know those.
Totally worth it. Very funny stuff.
Alrighty then. Alrighty.
Not that Mike Myers is British, he's Canadian, but you know what I mean.
Uh-huh.
He was playing a British fella.
Yeah, no. Honestly, the Austin Powers films have a special place in my heart just because one of my childhood friends, we had his birthday party at a laser tag place, and he had said that he wanted Austin Powers, and this is VHS time, for his birthday. And I got it for him, but so did 2 other people. So he opened the first one, and his mom looked at me like with that look like, oh, I'm so sorry. You know, then he opened the second one, and his mom and I made eye contact and just busted out laughing. And then he opened the third one, which was mine, and it was just hilarious. He's like, I got Austin Powers 1, 2, and 3. And then they ended up making 3 of the movies. So, like,
Okay.
just, you know, memories of, you know, elementary school.
Oh my.
But I don't know, like,
Yes.
And I've got a copy of the first season of The Young Riders. I'm not into Westerns. I only own it because of some nostalgia, because I watched it in high school because there was a girl I was totally crushing on who loved it.
Okay. Okay.
And,
As good a reason as any.
well, she's depressingly straight, so there's nothing I could have done.
that's a
You know.
bummer.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we're still friends to this day, so, I mean, I'm happy about that. You know, she's good people.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
you know, I mean, whatever's unrequited doesn't matter. I'm happy to be your friend.
Yay.
Obviously.
Which,
yeah, it
by
is
the
a bit
way,
of a
is how
bummer.
to be an incel and be healthy about it. Or rather, not an incel, be in the friend zone and be happy about it.
Okay, that's gonna send me on a rant though about the friend zone because first
Oh.
off, the friend zone doesn't actually exist because think of it from the woman's perspective. That means that she cannot have a single male friend that doesn't want to fuck her.
No,
If
but see,
there's
that's
a
the thing.
chance.
No, hold on. That's the new definition of the friend zone. There was a time, like back in the 90s, when the friend zone was, oh, well, I was turned down for a date, not sex, a date. And that's fine. I'd rather just be your friend then. Or, you said, I want us to be friends. Fine, we'll stay friends. No biggie. That's what the friend zone used to mean. Now it's what you're talking about, but it wasn't always that. It got hijacked.
Move.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, like the whole incel thing. It bothers me because it puts this thing in the mindset of you only befriend a girl and you stay in her orbit, not because you like her and value her as a person, but because she's a walking pussy that you might be able to stick your dick in someday.
Well,
And
that is the
it annoys
unhealthy
me.
friend zone. I'm telling you that there was a time when it meant something else, and it wasn't even about sex. It was about dating. It was different way back in the day.
Unfortunately, language changes and evolves. So
It does, but it also helps to understand what someone means by a term when they're discussing it. I mean, I don't know how to describe the state of being that I just described, except the friend zone. I don't have a term for it. Where you're happy to be someone's friend even after they turned you down for romantic, not sexual advances. I was like, all right, well, nothing ventured, but screw it, I'll stay your friend anyway because I like you. You're good people, and we were hanging out before. It doesn't have to change anything. That is the healthy friend zone, but I don't have a term for it because it got hijacked. In fact, that happens to a lot of terms where, like this used to mean something benign, but then a bunch of people got their hands on it. Now I can't fucking say it anymore. But I don't have an alternate. I don't have another way to say what I meant.
When you get down to it, the term incel itself was hijacked.
Well, I mean, it's weird. Like, I am demi, which means that I don't really feel lust until there's love there anyway. But since I can't seem to get a fucking date, I guess I'm involuntarily celibate, but I don't give a damn. Unlike the incel guys out there who are like, oh my God, everyone owes me sex. I'm like, well, that's fine. Who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird. Like, yeah. I don't know. I'm always on the fringes of a definition, it seems. There's nothing I can do about it. I think, and it's not like I'm trying to be an outsider. I just seem to have a different way of approaching the world, I guess.
Yeah, I know that feeling definitely. And the darn thing is, though, that anymore, I don't mind being in that demi situation that you're describing. Can't get a date, so yeah, I don't mind. As a matter of fact, I kind of like being by myself. Really and truly, I do.
If I need companionship, I got my kitties.
Yeah.
And they're good people too.
Oh,
Even
absolutely.
though Xander has gotten back into his habit of trying to wrestle with Columbia, and she does not like it.
But yeah, it's interesting the way that goes. I was going to say something, I forget what it was. Oh well. But what do you have here? Oh, that's still what Stu had said a while back. Yes, Stu, we Americans are illiterate.
Stool, I've spoken to you. If you have wrath, it doesn't seem all that different from just normal you.
Oh my. Yeah, but he's our Stool.
maybe yours. I get enough fiber. Hmm. Oh, that's what that is.
Is it a Bufu?
Well, I for some reason had Steam open and I was looking at this game called Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, which for some reason I own and don't remember buying it. And it looks interesting, and I couldn't tell what the hell I was looking at because I forgot I had Steam open and forgot what I was looking at.
Oops.
I mean, that's so weird. Is like I do have a bunch of games I honestly don't remember buying. Like Happy's Humble Burger Farm. Where the frick did I get that?
What the heck is that?
It looks like a fast food restaurant simulator, but I can't really tell.
Oh my word.
Sounds like
Your
what-
dream is about to become a reality as you just landed a brand new. Okay, so you're an employee, a brand new job at the latest iteration of the Happy's Humble fast food franchise, Happy's Humble Burger Farm. A little taster in this. Oh, it's an alpha. Okay, maybe I got it for free.
Better have. I tell you, if it's an alpha.
It looks awful.
Most
I don't know.
alphas are.
Well, there is an alpha of a game that looks pretty good for an alpha that I've been playing. It's the Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2. And basically, you can literally have like millions of battle chickens fighting millions of Romans.
Oh, that
Okay.
game. Yeah,
You
yeah,
have a
yeah.
bunch of like World War II guys fighting red coats and all of that stuff, and there's all these maps and things. And they keep adding new stuff to it, and it's getting better, but
I
it's
remember-
still in alpha.
I remember playing this one game on my phone. It was some alpha thing. And then when they finally did the final release, it was completely different from what I was playing.
Hmm.
Hate when they do that.
Yeah. Oh, you know, it's kind of funny. I didn't realize this when I got it, but my new TV is like not just a smart TV, but an Amazon smart TV. So it comes with Alexa built in.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Now, I don't think Alexa's listening to me right now, but who knows? You have to actually press like a microphone button on the remote to talk to Alexa. So I don't
Okay,
think
that
I'm being listened to.
all right. That I don't mind. If you have to
Yeah.
press a button to activate it.
And if I really want to, I can hide the remote in one of those little cabinet cupboardy things on the arm of the couch, so it'll be pretty muffled and Alexa won't hear a damn thing.
Okay.
I don't know. Hmm. Yeah. Got a copy of Star Control Origins on here. Now, one thing, when this was still in development, the devs were actually looking at the discussion board. And at one point they said, okay, we literally have like more than 1,000 planets in this game. Tell us if you want to name one. And so there's actually a planet like way off in the far end of the map called Far.
All right.
Yeah, and it's like a treasure world actually, which is kind of cool.
So you can go panning for Romulan gems or something, right?
Well, it's not set in the Star Trek universe.
Ooglian gems?
Well, there's a lot of gold actually out there, which is, I mean, not as valuable as you might think, but it's still pretty good to have.
Yeah, gold comes in handy. It does. Great electrical conductor.
I have a strange number of zombie killing games.
Hmm.
And there's one game I don't know how to pronounce the name of it because it's QBEH-1.
Okay.
Quebe? Queb? Quebec? I don't know how the hell to pronounce it.
Blah.
And there's like no characters, no voice, no nothing. It's just a like walk around these weird ruins solving puzzles game. And I mean, it's a lot of fun and it's very interesting, but there's no clue within it how to pronounce the name of the game.
Oh my, I don't know. Trip across something and it screams the name out at you.
I used to go to this pizza place I wasn't quite sure how to pronounce the name of. It's like Scamoids? Scamats? Something along those lines. I don't know. Good pizza, though.
Now you're making me want pizza. I have a frozen pizza in the fridge and an air fryer that cooks it up in like 7 minutes.
Ooh,
So,
nice. I should
yeah.
get myself an air fryer.
I didn't even want one. My dad surprised me with it, and now I'm happy to have it.
Yeah, I hear they're pretty good.
It's like he wanted it, and so he just stuck it in my place.
All right, all right.
Yeah. But I mean, now that I have it, I'm happy about it.
Yeah, I was planning on having pizza tonight.
Have a really, really nice Chicago pizza.
What I've got is real pizza. It's thin crust and it's got pepperoni on it.
And tomorrow I'm thinking about making that stew.
Oh,
Which stew
well.
would that be?
Oh, it's just a thing I'm going to be throwing together. I got the jicama, I've got some stuff from my garden. I'm going to put it together.
Okay. Rewind. I've heard the term jicama. I have no idea what it is.
It's a root crop. It's kind of like this little, I guess, radish-like bulb thing. It tastes, has a sort of watercress-like texture.
Oh, okay. Well, like rock watercress.
Not sure if it would taste like watercress, though. But...
Well, that's fine. I mean, just like texture-wise, I get it. My parents made me eat that stuff as a kid. I was never a fan. Like these were the parents who thought that dandelion greens were good food.
You're
I understand they're pretty tasty.
Fucking hippies.
Yeah.
Your whole
I mean,
grain.
like, don't get me wrong. I like hippie values, but hippie food and clothing just sets my teeth on edge.
Yeah.
Your whole grain wheat germ alfalfa sprout sandwiches, huh?
Oy, with hummus.
Oh, with hummus.
But, like, seriously, they were eating hummus before the public like went oh and loved it. You know, like this was like not exactly homemade, but you had to go to these weird health food co-op places to get
yeah,
it.
I know those places.
Like I keep having to explain to my parents, you know, as much as I'm not normal and as much as I kind of like being off the beaten path, there are times I desperately need the white bread McDonald's existence. And, you know, when it comes to food, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
No pepperoni and pineapple.
Ham and pineapple works. Pepperoni and pineapple, no.
Oh yeah, it's another thing with stew. I got some of the greens from my ginger. I'm gonna let that just steep in there to get the sort of a ginger flavor into it.
I do like ginger.
How about Marianne?
You know, I've never actually seen an episode of that show.
Really? Oh my
Really?
word.
Wow, it was like part of my childhood.
I remember watching it.
I'm not sure I even had the channel.
No, that might explain it.
My sister couldn't get enough of that. The other one she was all over was Hogan's Heroes.
You know nothing? Nothing?
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, you know, they could build a nuclear reactor out of coconuts, but they couldn't fix a hole in a boat.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, I think there's just a lot of shows that I missed out on because I was too young for them, and like all of those Gilligan's Island, and I never saw an episode of The Love Boat ever,
Oh my word.
or
Okay.
Fantasy Island for that matter.
Oh,
Those I'm not
God.
sure if I've seen before. I've heard of them, but never.
Now,
never
I
really saw 'em.
remember watching The Dukes of Hazzard, and I remember only really giving a damn about it because I was kind of Star Wars mad at the time, and there was a character named Luke. Like, seriously, that was the only appeal of the Dukes of Hazzard for me.
Remember when I was a toddler, I used to like to watch Chips.
Hmm. You know, I know I watched it. The only thing I remember is everyone thought Paunch was cool. That's the only part of it I remember.
Yeah, I remember I would watch Chips, and they also had Hulk, that Hulk
Oh,
series.
yeah, with Lou
played.
Ferrigno, sure.
Yeah, they'd play those
Oh,
back to
God.
back, so I'd watch those.
I remember, oh, what was the one I remember? Oh, right, Happy Days, because everyone thought Fonzie was cool.
Yeah.
You know, what's funny, at least it's funny to me, is, he's actually a little bit deaf, and he went to Emerson College where they had like a sort of a deaf programmy thing, and my mom went to Emerson College and learned sign language there.
Oh, that's cool.
Now, she didn't actually meet Henry Winkler, but I think they might have been there concurrently. I'm not sure.
My favorite Henry Winkler role was probably in Little Nicky. Like, there are some Adam Sandler films that are guilty pleasures of mine.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
you know,
guilty pleasure movie.
My I'm fucking depressed and need to cheer up movie is The Wedding Singer. I mean, I'm sure it's mostly the 80s vibe, but still, it's an Adam Sandler movie and I really enjoy it.
Oh, I just found 2 trippy shrooms, considering we were talking about your hippie parents.
Ow, Xander, these are very thin pajamas and you're kneading with your claws right on my groin. Stop it.
Oh, yeah, that's not fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at least he's moved on to sort of my hip area, thankfully, but you know, he was headed crotchward for a bit there. Who's my little buddy? Oh. Yeah. Mr. Lap Kitty.
Moo.
Hmm. Oh yeah, there was this game I bought a while back and I really enjoyed it, but it turned out it was incomplete. Like it's not that it was a demo, it was that they were intending to add more levels, and I don't know if they ever did. It's still in early access. It was a lot of fun, called Temple of Rust. It was sort of like an overhead 2D shooter kind of game, and it was fun. But I really hated when it was over.
I downloaded the original Outpost game. Apparently, the one I've got, I haven't really played around with it, but apparently the one I've got has been fixed up by fans, so it's more complete than when it was originally released.
Oh, wait a
Yeah,
minute.
I had a mod pack that fixed Vampire the Masquerade, so it was actually playable.
Wait a minute. Where did it go? I swear I have the fan-made thing of the Orville. There it is. The Orville, the interactive fan experience. I swear they said this has a VR version, but for some reason,
Is that thing where you walk around the ship?
yeah, but they've been adding to it and adding to it, and like they added the new shuttles for one thing,
Oh, neat.
like from season 3.
Yeah, that should have a VR feature to it.
Absolutely, I could have sworn it did, but now I'm not seeing it. And oh my gosh, it looks like they vamped up the graphics hardcore. This looks awesome. I should reinstall it.
Moo.
Gosh, I love that show so much.
Final episode tonight.
Oh, I hope it's not the series finale. I really hope it's not the series finale. Oh,
Renew the Orville.
Orville. They need to renew the Orville. I've never seen a sci-fi show this beloved by its fans so quickly and so instantly. And yet there isn't a lot of like argument about it. There isn't a lot of like, rebels, empire, Klingons, Federation. There's not a lot of this sort of in fan rivalry shit going on. Everyone seems to love it the same amount, the same way, and it's awesome. It's like a
At
real
least for now.
community.
At least for now. I hope I'll probably change in years to come, but yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is like even when people disagree, they seem to be pretty okay with it. It's like some people are really sick and tired of so many stories about the Mocklins, but then they're also like, but they're well-made stories. I just wish they had a bit more variety. That's all, and I get it. They did do a lot of Mocklin episodes, especially in the first 2 seasons. But I mean, nobody hates it for it. Nobody is like, getting in someone's face because they love the Mocklins or hate the Mocklins. It's just whatever. It's like the most laid back yet passionate fan base for a sci-fi series I've ever seen.
See that fan-made weather report that was on Twitter?
Fan made what?
Somebody did a fan-made weather report for the Orville, going over like Earth, Mocklus.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
That was pretty good.
Moo. Okay. Yay? We're suddenly very quiet.
I have to put someone in their place on Facebook. Give me a sec.
Oh, somebody's wrong on the internet. I don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll stick that weather report thing in the Londonderry Lady DM group so you can take a look at it.
Cool.
Yeah, when you say weather report, I think Joe Zawinul, but you would not know that, would you?
I have to say, like, there were 2 lines in the Orville that had me cheer out loud. One was when, Ed told Talea that he liked her better when she was still using contractions. Because I got to admit, that bugs me in sci-fi, how every alien insists on using the long form of every word. It just drives me up the wall. It's like, yes, you can say can't instead of cannot. Come on. Also the overuse of the word must. They use must so much more than they need to. But the other line, because I was thinking it right before Ed said it, was may the force be with you. Or may the force be with us, or whatever it was he said. I was totally, like, I saw
May the force be with you.
And I was thinking, I was thinking it, and then he said it, and like I threw both arms up in the air and shouted, yes, yes. It was like so cool. It slayed me. I thought it was awesome. So yeah. I don't know. It's just for some reason, I don't know.
Okay,
Like,
so
don't you hate it when you don't have the words to say what you're thinking?
well, that too. I mean, that's most of the time.
I don't know. If I threw my arms up in the air, though, what would I catch them with?
I don't know. Would you happen to have a butterfly net or something lying around?
How would I hold it? My arms were up in the air.
In your
Your
teeth.
teeth.
Oh.
Your teeth.
There was a protest sign I saw on Twitter where it was like, vaginas brought you into this world, vaginas will vote you out. And I'm
Oh,
like,
I saw
Yeah.
that.
strange way to pull the lever in the voting booth.
Hmm.
I don't know. I
Well-
thought it was funny. A few other people thought it was funny, but most people just rolled their eyes, I guess.
Promises.
Well, no, I'm just picturing someone trying to maneuver themselves crotch first onto the like the ballot with a pen clenched.
Okay, yeah. Yep. Oops.
I'm just saying.
That could be rather interesting. And
I'm
then there's
Oh.
this cap.
How's those headsets working out for you?
Not too half bad actually. Um, it has the problem every other headset has too, though, where the band just keeps falling.
It doesn't
But
tighten.
No, try pulling
it tightens, but it just for some reason it just doesn't tighten such that it doesn't move.
I don't have that problem with the headset I've got. It tightens up enough that it really won't shift unless I really want it to.
The one I have
Okay.
has like a click thing, so actually has to click open and close instead of sliding.
And like I would have to absolutely like head bang rock out to metal to make the headset come off of my head if I tighten it the right way.
Okay.
Also, it has like it. I don't know if yours does. Mine has some padding that cups around the ears.
Yeah, this one does. Yep.
All right, I don't know what to tell you then.
Yeah, my other one, the other headset that I use at dialysis, definitely flops all over the place.
So maybe try angling it forward slightly on your head.
That's pretty much what I end up doing. Yeah.
It does sort of look like you've got it really far back.
Yeah, it falls back that way, and now I've got it moved forward a little bit, and as long as I don't move my head around too much, it might stay here. So we'll have to see how that goes. But they'll be got on the egg thing. Oh. Yeah, that's the egg thing that's been on the OG thing for a while. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Yay! It is Og, it is Foo, it is Boo, and it is Goo. And I'll bet that you know what's coming next.
No.
I is full of poo, yes I is a full of poo. Anyway.
Shall we get her started some more?
Yeah, there you go. Oh my, you got all this stuff happening here.
So what's the foods that you got there, Kitty?
It is ramen. Oh shit! I'm gonna die.
I prefer my men cooked, actually.
Gotta get out of the sun. That hurt. Okay. Basically, we had burrito bowls last night with barbacoa, which is basically just beef that's seasoned and slow cooked until it can be like shredded. And then the leftover barbacoa is used tonight for ramen.
Yum.
Shredded beef, one of the lesser known failed cereals.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Like that. That's
Oh.
the shredded beef. And then there's bean sprouts, green onions, bok choy, mushrooms, all kinds of goodies in here.
Marijuana?
And,
Really need to get some
hard-boiled eggs.
fruit and vegetables again. I make one of my stir fries. I've been making more Americanish stir fries lately. Just because
Okay.
I haven't been going out and buying the ingredients.
Yeah, okay.
I definitely prefer the Asian style. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Lemon pepper chicken is really good. But, not as good as teriyaki. And what was the other one? Blackened chicken with the blackening spices. also makes a good stir fry, but not as good as teriyaki. I'm sorry, it's just not. And also, soy sauce as a stir fry rather than teriyaki is pretty good too.
Oh, moo.
Now, one thing I have done, I mean, like, I don't have proper ramen noodles. I suppose I could take the styrofoam brick out and throw away the flavor packet, but sometimes instead of making soup, I'll use like ramen noodles instead of, say, vermicelli or angel hair style to as the noodles in a stir fry, and still use the flavor packet. You know, it's a little trailer park, but it works.
Okay, and then the
Well, I say trailer park, maybe college student is a better way to put it.
yeah, there you go. And I mean the proper ramen noodles are a bit different to that styrofoam brick, right?
I mean, a bit, yeah. I mean, if you go to an actual ramen restaurant, it's nothing like the, hot plate in the dormitory ramen.
Right, right. I actually did go to a ramen place once in the college district.
Never been to a ramen place.
Well, if you do get the black smoked garlic, it is so good. But and
Black
that's not even a flavor or style. It's something you add to like whatever ramen they give you.
Hmm.
Black
Okay.
smoked garlic is
Black
really
smoked
tasty.
garlic. Okay, I'll try and remember that if I ever find myself in one.
Oof. I
Moo.
mean, it's funny, like, you wouldn't necessarily expect some of the stuff that comes with ramen noodles, like the soft-boiled egg. It was a bit of a surprise the first time I went to a ramen joint.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you get that with the styrofoam brick.
Right, right. Yeah, I forget why I knew that you got that in traditional ramen, but I knew that one when I went to that place on Forbes Avenue.
And then there's that weird spirally, like pinky sheared fish cake.
The Naruto.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you usually find that in tonkatsu ramen. Like the other night when I was on stream with COVID, and I was eating my tonkatsu, like I was showing off the little Naruto swirl.
Yeah. And what was the other? Oh, and by the way, folks, Top Ramen is a brand, not the name of ramen. I know some people out there, they always say Top Ramen for everything, kind of the way we say Band-Aid for every adhesive bandage.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not true. That's not the name of the
Yeah,
ramen.
because Top Ramen is done by Nissan, and then Maruchan does the other one, and I prefer the Nissan ramen to the Maruchan.
I do as well. Although the ramen brand I liked was Ramen Pride, and it doesn't exist anymore, and I'm so unhappy. That stuff was good.
There's an Asian market, maybe a 10-minute drive straight down the street, and they have a whole wall full of ramen, like all different flavors.
Oh yeah, I mean like if you go to a standard supermarket, a standard American supermarket, you will find the basics, chicken,
Shrimp, beef.
yeah, all of those. But yeah, you go to an Asian market and it's crazy, some of the flavors.
And they're so good.
Pineapple
So good.
ramen?
Never seen that.
Mm,
Hawaiian ramen, huh?
yeah.
Oh,
Now, I mean, it's
right.
not ramen, but ramune is pretty good.
Romney?
It's a soda, but
Oh.
it's sort of unusual the way you open it. It's got this little plastic thingy, like a plunger almost,
Oh,
and
those things.
you use it to push in the glass bead that's holding it closed.
Oh,
It's kind of screwy. I don't know. I wonder if I can find some video to share of ramune. I'm sure I can. Let's see. Ramune soda. Sure. All right, here we go. How to open a bottle of ramune. Let me get this going here. Shareify a tab, because that way I can do sound. There. Oh God, it's 3
And
minutes
welcome
long.
to
Let's
Just
just. Yeah.
Informational video. Notice it doesn't matter. It's open
All right,
plastic.
so you see them opening
rather
it up.
seal that
Actually,
you
with the sound, it's kind of
pull
annoying.
off. And then there's this weird little plastic thing. What could this be? Ah, it doesn't matter. It's open. Let's drink it. Wait, what is this?
Oh.
There's a marble there. It's keeping all the drink in. Oh, how do I...
Yeah. Hush you.
A little thing that you can pop out. Let's take that and...
Yeah. See, there's a little
this
plungery
on the
thing.
top of the bottle and place it on a firm setting and push.
Yeah. And it does
And
kind of help to hold it in, or
That's just
the.
holding it for
you
a
know,
couple
it-
seconds
it-
just in case to make sure that
Yeah.
it doesn't fizz over because sometimes these
So that's Ramune.
All right then.
And
It comes in a lot of different flavors.
oh boy, does it ever.
How much filler do you have to put in to make that for 3 minutes? Jeez.
Well, the guy sure seemed to think he had to make a lot of commentary, and it seemed like he was trying to make jokes that were not landing, at least for me.
Weren't landing for me either.
Okay, so you have a variety pack here. Okay, 5 bottles in the pack for $26.59.
If there's an Orient or an Asian market near you, then you can get them a lot cheaper than that. You can get them for like $1.50 or so. Although with inflation, it's probably a bit more now.
Mm. So
World
buck-
Market sells them too, though not as many flavors.
Yeah, so it was $1.50 before, so I guess it's what, about almost $4 now.
Well, I mean, most places I go, there's such a novelty item that they think they can charge you out the ass for them. You know, it's right. you have
Especially
to
at anime
find-
conventions.
Oy, I don't go to those. But you can find them, like you say, at Asian markets for, well, cheaper anyway.
And World Market, they're not too bad in their pricing of them. It's more expensive than if you go to an Asian market, but it's not as bad as like a con or trying to get them online.
I don't know World Market. Is that a local thing, or did we just not have them in Vermont?
You might just not have them in Vermont. But World Market is basically, I mean, it's kind of like Trader Joe's international section, you know, where you have stuff from all over the world, hence the name. It basically, it sells all kinds of international foods. And it has some home decor too, which I always thought was weird, but you know, whatevs.
You know,
More of those here.
it's funny because like there are times I go into like a supermarket expecting to be able to find certain kinds of cookware, and can't. Like I needed not a colander, but a strainer, you know, and could not find one to save my life. I actually had to go to a hardware store to find the bastard.
Oh my.
Wow, I've never had that issue.
I don't know. It's funny though, like, you know, a lot, because Vermont is such a small state, such a minor state, a lot of the like chains decided to completely pass us by. You know, like for a very long time there were fast food restaurants I didn't even know existed because they didn't come to Vermont.
Alrighty.
By the way, I named my vampire Catherine.
Did you?
Haha.
For any particular reason?
Because it's one of the ones I'm leaning towards if I ever legally change my name.
Now, how is it
I-
spelled?
I spelled it Katherine.
Okay, see, that's what Kate is short for in my name.
Yeah, basically, I wanted a name that, you know, where Kitty as a nickname makes sense. I wasn't sure if I wanted to legally change it to Kitty or, you know, because right now my nickname has really nothing to do with my given name.
I was thinking about going with the name Layla for a vampire character.
You don't have to say it, but I have no idea what your name is, like given name is. I just think of you as Kitty.
Well, and that's the thing. There were 14 other girls with my name in my middle school, so all of like the iterations were completely taken. So my mom's name is Kathy. Her dad called her Cat, and she called me Kitten from when I was born, Kitty for short, and that was just her nickname for me. She had two nicknames for me. There was Kitty and there was Katrina. So it's like Catherine or Katrina are the two names that I'm leaning towards. If I don't decide to just say fuck it, I'll go with Kitty.
Moo.
Lady Catherine of the Night.
I've always liked the name Catherine.
It's funny, for a while there, like, I forget exactly where I was doing this, but I was calling myself Catherine the Marginally Acceptable, which is kind of like Catherine the Great, but not so.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was funny. Nobody else did.
I think it's funny.
Okay, Grace Slick is trending for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Grace Slick. I don't know that one.
Jefferson Airplane?
Yeah, I know the name of that. I really don't know. Like, I know Jefferson Starship better.
Same group, different period, yeah.
Well, that's the one I know. I don't really know anything.
Yeah, Grace Slicks is the voice of White Rabbit.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Feed Your Head.
Oh, that!
I love that song.
I only know that song even a little bit because Weird Al put it in one of his polkas.
Daju Korostu. I tell you, she's crazy. Still is crazy.
Watching some of that Alex Jones trial thing.
Oh my word.
The judge berating him for lying under oath.
And he's not going to pay a penalty for that, is he?
Probably
not, because, right-wing zealots give him tons of fucking money.
He's digging himself deeper with this, so.
Well, it's funny because, like, you remember that video that came out behind the scenes where he was just saying how much of an idiot Trump is?
Yeah.
Oh, what the?
He was promoting Trump hardcore.
What's this about?
I'm just kind of shook that he has, like, the CP allegations against him, because, like, that I did not expect.
Yeah, I'm like,
I didn't expect it, but I'm not in the least bit surprised by it, because it seems like all of these, like, rabid and screaming right-wingers who, like, call everybody a pedophile turns out to be a pedophile.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the title here. CP found in the document, and Alex Jones sent to lawyers of Sandy Hook families. His court file says.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't even get the appeal of child porn. Kids in no way look sexual to me at all and never will.
Okay.
Yeah, agreed. Like, there's something wrong in your head if you are interested in that kind of thing.
I mean, maybe if you are a kid yourself, but even that's twisted.
Well, I mean, I believe that there should be room for nuance, like if a teenager sends, like starts sexting their boyfriend, I don't think they should be prosecuted for child pornography,
Yeah.
Like, I think we can have a nuanced conversation about it. It's like if you have two underage people sending nudes to each other, like, they're not master criminals, they're not, child pornographers, in my opinion. They're just kids doing stupid shit.
Well, I remember there was a big thing about, like, some dude in high school, like, he's a senior dating a freshman, and then he turns 18. The fuck do you do? But it turns out that there's, like, a 5-year grace thing where it's
only
like
in
you're
some
within
states.
5 years. Well,
not everywhere.
Still though. It's like it's not, oh shit, now we have to wait 4 years kind of thing,
Yeah. They're called Romeo and Juliet laws.
Which is kind of demented given how those two ended up.
Yeah,
You're not
yeah.
wrong.
Ooh, look at that sunset. I wish I could share my view with people, but it's very doxing myselfish. But wow, that sunset's awesome.
Moo.
Yeah. Whew. Wonder if I have anything I can eat that doesn't need prep. I didn't exactly have dinner before the show.
I got myself some oatmeal.
Suppose I could just nosh on cold cuts, but I mean, I don't actually have any bread, so it wouldn't be out of. Wait a minute. I have that can of black olives. I love to snack on black olives. I could do that.
Oh, yay.
Or I
Reminds
could
me.
pour myself some Rice Krispies, but whatever.
It reminds me, I got myself some kosher pickles.
Rice Krispies with black olives.
You know, I'm not sure I'd try that because I'm afraid the olives would do something to the milk.
Well, I mean, it works on pizza.
True, but cheese is basically milk that's already gone bad.
Hmm.
Really, when you think about it.
Yeah, true, true.
Hot foot, hot foot, hot foot. Like trying to navigate like when it's daylight and I have to keep going from shadows to shadows and not get caught out or I'll catch on fire.
Oh. Well, you know, it's funny. Like there was that comic that was going around where some guy's about to get eaten by a vampire, and he's like, "But what about the food or the moon? That's just reflected sunlight." And the vampire, goes to ash basically. But what I realize is if vampires don't show up in mirrors, then reflected light doesn't matter.
Good point.
Just saying.
Also, it also could be the amount of light too.
Yeah, because the reflected light from the moon is much lower intensity. You can't get a moon burn.
Right, right. No matter what Uncle Fester thinks.
The comic was definitely a clever idea, but it had plot holes.
Okay.
I'm just saying, And how come there's never an over there wolf?
Kate, sometimes I wish I could go stab through the fucking headphones and just like gib smack you.
Oh well. I think it's funny.
A werewolf, huh?
Well, I said over there wolf, but yeah. Or some werewolf. Which kind of sounds, I don't know.
And then in German it becomes the Who Wolf.
The me wolf.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be a wolf? They pronounce their W's with a V sound.
Yeah, Werwolf.
Jawohl.
Ein Werwolf eines Nachts entwich vom Weib und Kind und sich begab an eines Dorfschülers Grab und bat ihn, bitte, beuge mich. Yes.
All right, let's see here. Werewolf. Jinro, apparently in Japanese.
Daikorostu.
Let's see. I gotta see if they have it.
Jinro?
Jinro.
Jinro.
Yeah. Where? Oh, come on. I know they have
That
it.
is sun bad.
Oh, come on. I know they have it. Where'd it go? All right. English to Klingon. I doubt they have werewolf, but let's see. Then, what's that? Werewolf. Come on. Translate already. Malich? I don't know. I forget how to pronounce some Klingon words, but I don't think it really, like, these English to Klingon translators rarely get it right anyway, so like you'd be surprised. There have been times when I've translated a perfectly normal, rational, common use English sentence and then retranslated it from Klingon and it means nothing like what I typed in.
Okay.
You know, like you might say, I don't know, he's my brother kind of thing. And translating it back from Klingon, it'll be like, he's the brown table of November or some weird shit like that. It's like, okay. And also, the different English to Klingon translators don't always translate the same English sentence the same way.
Moo.
I gotta say, just noshing on these black olives, I kind of like it. I like that they're not like pickled or anything. I don't know. Maybe my tastes are just a little odd.
You're a little odd, Kate, but that's why we like you.
Well, I mean, sometimes I think I'm even more odd than usual.
Who knows?
Well, the annoying thing is I'm not trying to be. It just sort of works out that way.
I mean, there's honestly nothing wrong with that.
Well, there are times when it makes it more difficult to have friends.
Fair, but anybody who, isn't willing to, like, accept you, come what may, like, accept you for you, they're not really worth it, in my opinion.
Well, maybe, but it still means there's fewer of them, and that's annoying. Or at least difficult.
Lonely.
Yes.
And I get that.
I mean, it'd be nice to have someone to participate in the weekly sacrifice rituals.
I know.
It's just not fair.
Ow. Ow.
It's a bummer, for sure.
Het is dat quero say.
I don't know. And seriously, my barbecues, no one comes for the roast suckling toddler. What's up?
I mean, I don't know. It's always the best, especially when the skin gets nice and crispy. Juicy meat on the inside, crispy skin on the outside.
In all
That's the way to do
seriousness,
it.
though, like, part of me always wanted to go to one of those pig roasts where they have the whole pig on a spit. But then I saw one and saw what it did to the eyes to do that. And they were all like white and cataracty looking. And I was like, okay, that's gross. I want nothing to do with this.
Okay, Moo. Ow. Ow. Oh man, and I do not want to take an oxy. Ow. Do not get old. It's not worth it.
You run out of things to say?
I'm still, well, I'm not exactly putting someone in their place anymore, but we're ending the conversation, so. Ooh, football.
But no, like, it would be nice for us to plan, a nice get together. Like, see if we can't rent some cabins out in the woods and, like, everybody, like, go and we just have, like, a weekend, a long weekend of all of us getting together in, a neutral location, so no one has to give up any private info of, where they live.
And then what? Getting high and doing a marathon D&D session? I'm in.
Yeah,
Sounds
there
like
you
a plan
go.
to me. I mean, we can bring some consoles, we can bring some role-playing books. I think Michael on Humble Bundle just got like all the Pathfinder books on PDF, so we could easily reference them on a tablet.
No, I haven't played Pathfinder. In fact, it's been a while since I played D&D. Like, is it still D20 or is that...
It's still D20 for D&D,
Okay.
and Pathfinder is basically like an offshoot of 3.5. Like, they've changed it up a little bit, but
Okay.
like for the longest time 3.5 was the only version I would play, and Pathfinder is basically just kind of an offshoot that is 3.5.
I've
No,
tried to think of how to make a solo version of D&D where you'd have like lists to work off of.
that's weird because, like, okay, there's this meme that goes around every now and then where apparently some people are making judgments about people like having audiobooks versus reading the text version. My only problem with it really is, like, what if the person reading it puts the emphasis in a place I wouldn't, or what if the names of the made up places and creatures and stuff get pronounced differently? And what ended up happening to me with D&D was I was reading the Drizzt Do'Urden books, right? And I'd never heard anyone pronounce the name of the Dark Elves, which was spelled Drow. And I pronounced that Drow, like row, in my
instead
head.
of drow.
And drow just sounds so stupid to me. But then I bought like a D&D game, like this was early CD-ROM stuff, and like one of the very first things one of the characters said, this like wise bearded old man goes, drow, and I was like, what the fuck? It just... So yeah, I have a problem with audiobooks, but it's not with other people reading them, it's with me, like hearing those pronunciations. I mean, fuck J.K. Rowling, but when I saw the Harry Potter movies and heard all the British pronunciations of words I'd only seen on pages, I was like, oh no, it's just weird. But
I personally, I don't care. Like, enjoy your media however it makes you happy. Like,
oh yeah, no judgment on people who like audiobooks. It's just for me, I couldn't.
I like both. I generally prefer reading the book, but sometimes I just don't have the time or whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, that was part of the problem with the meme is the implied judgment. And I didn't even want to respond when some friends of mine posted it because I knew these were the kinds of people where if I said no judgment at the beginning and at the end and just expressed why I'm not into it, they would take it as an attack.
yeah, that always annoys me, if I'm being honest. Like, no two people are going to guarantee like the same things, and just because someone's not into your thing the way you are, that it's not a personal attack on you. Like, they're not putting dishonor on your whole family and your cow.
Well, one of my favorite memes that just went around, I thought it was hilarious, was where's Waldo on an audiobook? Not Waldo.
Yeah.
Not Waldo. Oh, that slayed me.
Oh my. Maybe my neck will leave me alone for a little bit now. Probably not.
Now that you've mentioned it, of course not.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
You think one of those like neck pillows would help? Where you like wrap it around your neck?
I've got one around here somewhere. I know I have. Just cannot remember where it is.
That's less than helpful.
Well,
You
this
get one of
place.
those like big "I broke my neck" collar things. You know the ones I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Donut
Neck
that goes
brace.
under it. Yeah. Well, but I mean, there's a couple of different kinds of neck braces. I'm talking about the ones that the ambulance chaser lawyers will slap on you just to have
Yeah.
the lawsuit. You know, one of
Yeah,
those.
Right,
yeah, for neck
right.
braces.
Is that even really a thing, or is it a thing anymore? Ambulance chasing.
I mean, honestly, it's more so they just spam the area with ads. Like, there's this one lawyer around here. His name's John Morgan. And he, like, a lot of people feel he's kind of an ambulance chaser.
Yeah,
And
he's
he
the one.
just spams everything with, like, ads everywhere. And, like, I've heard some things about him that, like, okay, so, like, apparently his brother, like, was paralyzed or something in, like, a drunk driving accident, and he gave this sob story of that's why he became a lawyer. However, allegedly he can't drive in several U.S. states because he's had his license permanently revoked because of too many drunk driving incidents. So, you know, it leads me to believe that you're using the sob story to try to get more clients and that you're not actually a good person.
Speaking of like driving and accidents and stuff, I saw something on Twitter that some like Republican Congress Muppet and a couple of other people just got killed in a car accident. I forget what her name was. She's Republican from probably a flyover state, but yeah, I just saw that.
I'll have to look into it. I didn't hear about it, but then I
haven't heard
haven't been paying
anything about that.
attention.
I may have scrolled over that one. Yeah.
Well, I
I
found
can't
the,
remember what her name is.
I found the neck brace with a heating pad element built into it on Amazon for $26.
Alrighty.
My new car has seat warmers. I'm looking forward to that in wintertime.
Yeah, keep your arse nice and warm.
Although, thankfully, it's not a BMW. Have you heard how they're charging subscriptions for seat warmers and Beamers
Yeah,
now?
yeah.
I can't believe that. Like, your car has microtransactions. I'm so glad that one didn't happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
Enough already with the microtransactions.
I mean, like, aside from the greed and all of that, I hate how difficult it can be to keep track of how much you've spent. You know, like what if you accidentally overspend on microtransactions because you weren't paying attention?
Yeah, it can happen.
Yeah.
That's why it's good to like have them with set limits, though unfortunately they don't want that because microtransaction games want you to make the microtransactions. But I just think that for consumer protection like type of thing that it would be better to have it set so that you make, you know, you have a set limit that can be done each time, you know, like a monthly limit or something.
I've only spent like microtransaction money on a game twice. It was that VR poker game I've been playing, and like there was a space helmet that you could add to your character that I really wanted, and the store rotates. So if something comes up as like a rare item or whatever, it might be a week or more before it comes back up on the store if you miss it.
Yeah,
So
and then you have the FOMO setting in.
I bought like a bunch of points for like $5 and bought it. You know, that's the only real like microtransaction I've ever done.
Okay. Oh my. Oh, here we have. Yeah, as you were talking about earlier, U.S. Representative Jackie Walorski was killed in a car crash on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Never heard of her.
No, see that neither had I. I had to check and see what her party was.
Yeah, Republican representative, Indiana.
I mean, there's, like-
Honestly, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
Mm.
Like, considering what Indiana's trying to do, and Indiana was the state that denied the 10-year-old the abortion.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, Indiana did go out and get the Ark of the Covenant and got the Holy Grail. Sure, they should have ended up in museum. Wait, wrong Indiana. Never mind.
Right.
I was actually thinking about doing another episode of Head Meats just to pay the bills, and I was thinking about doing sort of like a thing about Superman. You know, like how weird is it that someone points in the sky and goes, "Look up in the sky," and people are like, "Oh my gosh, it's a bird! Oh my gosh, no, it's a plane!" You know, that kind of thing. It's like it makes so much more sense if someone goes, "Look up in the sky," and people are like, "Dude, that's just a fucking bird. It's a plane. Come on," you know, and they're like, no, you idiots. It's Superman. That's the only way Superman makes sense. You know, that line in Superman. And so I was kind of thinking about doing an episode of Head Meats about it.
It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's a frog. A frog?
It's a fucking bad acid trip.
Yeah. Not bird nor plane nor even frog. It's just little old me. Crash. Underdog.
It's Homelander.
Yeah, I've never watched Underdog.
No, thank you.
But no, seriously, like that is something I was thinking about doing with Head Meats. I mean, part of the problem with Head Meats is that I started it as a comic, a 3-panel comic, and like trying to adapt those to even a minute or more of video is difficult. You know, like I've thought maybe I should turn it into almost a variety show where each episode has material from 2 comics instead of 1.
Yeah, I'd recommend
Okay.
combining 2 or 3 of them and putting together into one video.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll see what happens. I need to like branch out and do stuff that's not toon shaded. I was thinking about doing something that's just called gratuitous violence, where it's like a bunch of people killing each other in various weird ways. Like I was thinking about varying it up, where at first it looks like a bank robbery, but then the UFOs attack, you know, and then the superhero like saves people from the UFO, only to be like, I don't know, destroyed by the creatures from another dimension kind of thing, where it just keeps ramping up the weird ass violence. And there's no point to it. There's no characters. It's just, you know, wanton destruction. But that would take a lot of effort, a lot of work. So I'm gonna have to think about it.
The alien invasion, the zombie apocalypse, and the robot uprising all happen on the same day.
Right. Yeah, that kind of thing. But they don't happen at the same time. They happen concurrently, or rather sequentially. You know, it's just like so that each new version of what's happening is a surprise. It comes out of nowhere. But I don't know. I mean, I've been trying to think of other things to do. I'd love to like incorporate animation into live action kind of thing.
Moo.
So I have ideas. We'll see what happens. But of course, I gotta finish Quinn Redshift before I do anything other than Head Meats.
My channel's been coming along pretty well, I think.
What sort of things we doing? I haven't actually watched.
I've made a gardening channel.
Oh, okay.
I call it Gardens Happen.
Growing weed, are we?
I wish.
Not legal in this state.
Yeah, if it ever becomes legal, I might do something on that.
It's legal to grow your own weed in Vermont, but you're limited to so little. So, I don't know. Although allegedly we're getting recreational dispensaries in October. We'll see what happens.
Found out
Good luck. Hopefully.
Can't even have kratom in my county.
Yeah, it's the only county in Florida that banned kratom because
Yeah.
it's legal everywhere else in the fucking state.
I don't
Like-
think I know kratom.
It's basically it's an alternative to opioids. It comes from a leaf in like Southeast Asia, and They've got different strains that have different effects. Like the red is the one that I use, and it's good for pain management. I mean, it's not as good as taking a Percocet, obviously, but it can definitely take the edge off when you're hurting.
Though apparently Mayo Clinic claims it's ineffective.
Yeah, well, the Mayo Clinic is also full of shit. Like, a fucking woman messaged into them and was like, "Hey, I'm thinking about switching from smoking to vaping to quit." And they're like, "No, don't do that. Electronic cigarettes have propylene glycol in them, which is an ingredient in antifreeze. Talk to your doctor about a prescription for the Nicotrol inhaler," which, when you look at it, the very first ingredient for the Nicotrol inhaler is propylene glycol. The same
Yeah.
thing that they were
How much do you want to
fucking
trust?
hiding. Like, frigging.
I mean, how much do you want to trust, like an organization that's named themselves after one of the worst sandwich ingredients ever, anyway?
I like egg mayonnaise.
Blech. But I don't know. I was gonna say something about weed, and now I don't remember. Oh well. I actually am not sure. Like, I'm pretty sure my building is non-smoking, but I don't know if they have rules about weed.
Probably
And I
is.
have
Weed is a
walked
pretty
past-
strong smell.
I have walked past a couple of doors and been pretty sure I've smelled it. So even if it's against the rules, no one gives a shit.
Okay. Yeah, the landlord puts signs up over here. They'll terminate your lease if they smell grass.
I remember what I was gonna say. Okay, so if I want it, and I kind of don't, I do have a connection for ecstasy here. I've never tried it. I'm not sure I want to, but I was arguing. Well, no, I wasn't arguing yet. I was looking at something because I've like, for whatever reason, I don't know why I used to avoid arguing on behalf or against or anything, even addressing the trans issues. I'm not sure why not. Probably just because it looked really obnoxious. But then so many of my friends are trans now that I figured I might as well. And so I'm getting a lot of suggested posts about trans people. And someone's post came up, and it was like, okay, for all of you who are on E or have been on E for a year, blah blah blah, trans stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh, I misread E as ecstasy at first. It's estrogen.
Oh,
You know?
okay, okay.
I was like really confused by the rest of the post, and then I saw, like, I reread it and went, oh, it was kind of a funny moment to me, you know.
I've tried Molly once, and it's honestly, I would try it again. You know, not regularly, but it'd be like every couple of years. You know,
I
one
don't know.
time.
I'm not super pumped about it. I found my drug of choice. I really like it, and it's not one of the bad ones, and it's about to be like even more legal. So why bother? I think.
Yeah. Well, it's a different experience. Like, that's for sure. Like, it is a warm, fuzzy blanket in drug form.
Yeah. Oh, and Carol, it's something I can get my hands on. That doesn't mean it's legal. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's worth it. I mean, even without the what if you get caught factor, I don't know. Like, I've found my recreational drug of choice. I don't even like getting drunk anymore, which is weird because I kind of miss how much fun it was. But at the same time, you know, like, I don't need it. And the last time I got drunk, I really didn't enjoy it at all. So, you know, I guess as much as I miss it, I don't miss it, you know?
Okay then, yeah.
Yeah, I don't drink. I don't really do anything, you know, other than what's prescribed to me.
I
Or
suppose,
CBD or Kratom, you know.
well, I suppose part of it is that all of my idiot friends went and got married and had kids and don't go to the club anymore. So it's not like I have anyone to get drunk with.
Yeah, and drinking alone is just depressing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, I have to admit, I need to find a stoner buddy. I had so much fun just sitting on that back stoop with Joel's girlfriend Megan and shooting the shit and using a bong. And it was just like fun to have that sort of companionship and mutual interest. And so I gotta find me a stoner buddy.
Tayo Korosto.
And, you know, I mean, we didn't quite get to that sort of like, wow, like, what if every cell in your body is its own separate universe? Like, whoa, dude, we didn't get that far. But, you know, it's fun. There were a couple of times I just sacked out. I mean, this was not then. This was me alone at home, sacked out on the floor, like getting stoned as hell, and I honestly felt like I was melting. Like I just turned into Jello, or you know, for those of you who watch the Orville, kind of felt like Yaphet when he melts, and just sort of melting into the floor. It was a crazy cool feeling. I enjoyed it immensely.
Okay then.
Like for me, like the one time that I tried E, it was kind of like it was like everything just felt warm and fuzzy and good. Like it was
That
just
sounds
like
nice.
sensations were nice. It was like feeling my friend's leather jacket, just the tactile feel of it was just nice. And it was like being on a puff, like it's like everything around you turns to cotton candy and like rainbows and sunshine and like everything's just it's good feelings.
Well, now you're making me want to try it, darn you.
I'm just saying I had a very good experience with it the one time I tried it.
And I hear good things about
But I
mushrooms,
would
so-
definitely not try it alone and make sure you stay very hydrated if you do decide to try it, because I am not opposed to people like trying drugs. I just think that it should be done safely. So you should always have a spotter no matter what drug you're taking, you know, but you should always have someone there with you just in case, because, you know, you never know. Someone might have a bad reaction. Like same thing with weed. Like weed might make you feel all melty into the floor and it's perfect. Another person could feel like, you know, the CIA implanted something into their tooth and like have a real paranoid trip. Like,
Yeah, a friend of mine gets paranoid on the stuff. And
so
she just
it's
won't
always
do it.
good to have someone there. And the biggest danger for ecstasy is getting dehydrated, or if you know, use it like a ridiculous amount.
Well, I've found like with weed, I don't really get paranoid unless it's sativa, and even then, it's like a crapshoot whether I do or not. With indica, not even a little bit. But one of my favorite moments in an episode of The Big Bang Theory, or not The Big Bang Theory, sorry, How I Met Your Mother, was where Ted and Marshall get high at a concert, and then like one of them, I think it was Ted, is like, you know, it's weird. I usually get paranoid on weed. I don't know why I'm not paranoid this time. Why aren't I paranoid?
Oh,
You know, like
jeez,
freaking
okay.
out because he's not paranoid. That amused me, even though honestly I had thought that one up years ago. But I mean, for me, when I'm like sort of just sacked out on the floor, I definitely don't need a spotter, because what the hell's going to happen other than perhaps an overly enthusiastic cat running over my face with claws? You know? So, I mean, I can handle my weed. I know how.
Yeah,
Moo.
whenever I have alcohol, I also have a glass of water next to me.
Well, no, like I said, it's just I believe in doing things in as like harm reduction and doing things in as safe a way as possible. So I will always recommend having a spotter no matter what drug you're taking, unless you've been using it for a while and know like your
Yeah.
limits and know you'll be okay.
I definitely know my limits, and I know I'll be okay, especially since I've found that too much stimulus, especially physical activity on weed, will spoil the high. So, I mean, sacking out on the floor or on a couch, maybe with like the TV on very low to something I really love, it's like taking a nap with the best dreams ever, even though I'm wide awake. You know, like I barely move when I'm stoned enough, and it's lovely.
Moo.
Although actually one thing that's kind of fun is to fuck around in Google Earth VR while stoned. That's fun. And like the right music, some good sort of 80s or 80s inspired synthwave. Oh, does that enhance a high like you wouldn't believe. Like, I don't think I've ever had a bad time on weed.
I don't think I have either.
I know I never have had a bad time.
I wouldn't know.
Sometimes I've had better times than others, but never a bad time.
Yeah. Although I have to admit, it took me a really long time to be brave enough to really take it into my lungs and hold it.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only issue with me and weed is I can't smoke it. I have to vape it or use edibles because, like, it just fucks my lungs up.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can only vape it. Smoking it fucks my lungs up. And edibles have no effect on me at all.
See, edibles work just fine for me. They just obviously take a bit longer to kick in
Uh-huh.
than if you just smoke it because it going from your lungs, like, it goes straight into your system.
Well, I downed an entire tin of gummies. It was like 100 milligrams and felt nothing. Nothing.
Be sure that they weren't just CBD because those won't give you a high.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's
I'm sure.
weird.
Like, edibles just don't affect me, and tinctures are even worse. Like, I've had some edibles where I'm like, maybe, you know, but tinctures literally do nothing. I downed an entire vial of a tincture once just to see what would happen, and literally nothing. The only thing that really seems to work on me is vaping or a bong.
Yeah, and like even with a bong, it's still like rough on my lungs. So
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do either one of those anymore. I know that vaping rips the hell out of my lungs, and as far as smoking, in a couple days it'll be 4 years since I quit smoking tobacco.
Oh yeah.
congratulations.
Nice. Good.
Yeah, and I really don't want to put this stuff in my lungs anymore because I'm afraid it'll rip my lungs apart.
Well, with the vaping, I think, you know, it's about finding the right balance because if you don't have the right juice and you're not vaping at the right like wattage or voltage, it can really fuck your lungs up. Like even me, I've vaped for over a decade, and if my mixture is off on my juice or if you know, I keep it locked so it can't change on me, but it can fuck my lungs up hard if it's not what, you know, I am used to and what works well for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've
I
been
usually just keep the vape pen on. Well, see, the problem is they don't really label them well. There's green, blue, and red. I usually just keep it on green.
Yeah, I've been concerned about using either smoking or vaping, as I used to get bronchial asthma quite a bit, and that caused me to get bronchitis very easily. So I'm, you know, concerned about putting anything in my lungs that doesn't belong there.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the thing. Back in 2010, I got swine flu, and I spent a week in the hospital from asthma-related complications, and that wasn't even enough to get me to quit smoking. It wasn't until a couple of months after that, in 2011, or no, it might have been 2010, but after the swine flu, that I found the e-cigarette forum and did more research on e-devices and found one that worked for me, and I was able to quit smoking then and there, and it's been 12 years now since I switched from smoking to vaping.
And then
Okay.
I tried a cigarette once and couldn't understand why anyone would have a second one.
Honestly, like, it really, you start because you think it's cool,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
like people say, oh well, it helps relieve stress, so you just say, all right, fuck it, I'll give it a go.
The
And then
coughing-
once you get like addicted to the nicotine, it doesn't fucking matter anymore.
Well, the coughing from like the first drag on the first cigarette made me even more stressed. So I decided it wasn't worth it. I mean, really, like, it was not worth breaking through to the other side of this is unpleasant to keep going.
Yeah, yeah. I wish that would have happened to me when I started smoking, but it didn't.
I guess
I had
part
my
of
first
it
cigarette at
also
like
is,
10 years old.
I was very much, an outcast, and I didn't for a minute think anyone would think I was cool, so that was not a motivator either.
Okay.
It's like if I was going to try to make myself cool in some fashion by like I maybe a toothpick, like to have something in my mouth like a cigarette, but not a cigarette, a toothpick maybe,
Okay.
but not a cigarette. Just wasn't going to happen.
Well, both my parents smoked, and I would nick cigarettes from my mom, and then when I was 16, I started like smoking in earnest. Instead of just one here or there, it was actual smoking, and it was about a pack a week, so it wasn't too bad. But then eventually that pack a week got up to a pack and a half a day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then I was able to get it down to a pack a day, and then I was able to quit.
Well, my parents weren't smokers, which I guess helped.
Okay,
My
then.
parents were smokers.
I was told that, like I'm not sure if it was before my mom and dad met or like reasonably after they met, but apparently my mom smoked for a little while, but quit before I was old enough to know about it. Like it didn't come out that she had smoked until I was probably well into my teen years.
My mom was a very, very inconsiderate smoker.
What, would she blow it in your face or something?
She'd smoke in the car, and there were times we had to stay over at my grandmother's for extended periods of time. My grandmother didn't want her smoking in the house; she smoked in the house anyway. I mean, stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, my mom would smoke in the car, and so it was easy to hide my smelling like cigarette smoke, because if I'd spent time riding in a car with my mom, it's like, oh, it's your fault, Mom.
That's probably why I had bronchial asthma. I was around cigarette smoke all the fucking time.
Yeah. Like, my asthma cleared up when I switched to vaping. So,
See, that's something I'm actually curious about, because there was a line in a horror movie that I really like. It was kind of horror comedy in a way. It was Deep Rising, if you've ever seen it. But they're in a very tense situation, and the nervous guy character turns to one of the other guys and he goes, "Can you just get asthma, or do you have to be born with it?" Because he's obviously hyperventilating because of the monsters, and I've never really, I always thought you had to be born with it, but it sounds like you don't.
Like, smoking can actually cause asthma.
Oh, okay.
But so when I quit smoking, it was able to clear up my asthma. Like, mine was directly related to the fact that I was a smoker.
So it sounds almost like my seizures, which were, activated by any vasoconstrictor being eaten. And, I mean, not exactly the same, but it was chemically induced.
Been looking at the Mayo Clinic website on Kratom here. Looks like they're trying to do some fear mongering. As of 2018, more than 130 people in 38 states became ill with salmonella after taking Kratom. Well, looking
it's like, okay, so they were getting something that wasn't, coming from somewhere clean. Like, that's not the Kratom's fault. Kratom doesn't carry salmonella.
And looking over here in the 2018 cases for salmonella, there's 60,999 cases that year.
Yeah. Well, and it's like they did a lot of fear mongering around vaping too, and they still do. It's like, oh, it gives you popcorn lung. It's like, only if you're using certain additives that nobody in the vaping community uses because we know they're dangerous. that's like saying, you know, you fucking fill your vitamin capsule with antifreeze and then you wonder why you got sick. It's like, you know, we don't put those things in there because we know that they're not safe to inhale.
Really,
Like,
we have 1,800 reports involving the use of kratom from 2011 to 2017, which averages out to about 300 reports from poison control.
and I guarantee most of that were people just like feeling a little bit off. Like they might have taken the one that gives you the euphoria feeling, and they just felt weird.
Yeah, it
and
doesn't
that they
say
weren't-
there.
there was no
yeah.
permanent injury.
Yeah, it doesn't say whether there was any permanent injury. There just says they called poison control. And there were about 300 a year on average. So yeah, it's the way they're setting this up looks questionable to me on that site.
Like they do a lot of fear mongering, and hell, like I was sent to the Mayo Clinic for, you know, like pain management for a while, and they basically wanted me to fucking pray away my pain.
Oh,
And they're
that's a
like,
bunch
just
of
don't
shit.
think of the word pain, and just you know, pray to a higher power that you will be healed. And I'm like, this has nothing to do with scientific medicine. What the fuck is wrong with you?
So, okay, like a little bit off topic, but we were talking about praying right now. While I was on my bike ride, I passed like an Islamic center, which was right next door to a Jewish synagogue. And I was like, that's actually kind of nice. I mean, I don't like religion, I don't believe in religion, but the fact that these two can be next to each other without like a big conflict is kind of nice.
No jihads, like
Yeah. I mean, like, my philosophy toward religion has changed a bit. When I first started my videos, I was pretty rabidly anti-religion. Now I'm like, as long as you leave us alone, I don't give a damn.
Yeah,
So, I mean, if you can mind your own fucking business and be nice to people, believe whatever the hell you like. I don't care.
See, like I'm like a light anti-theist in that, I look forward to the day that religion goes away, that we outgrow it, but I would not deprive somebody like their religious beliefs so long as their beliefs end at the tip of their nose, because your freedom to swing your fist ends at my face. Same diff with your religion. Don't shove it down my throat, and don't try to legislate my life based on your scriptures.
Well, that's basically the long version of what I just said. But yeah, I mean,
that's my like light anti-theism,
yeah.
Because there's some anti-theists that they're like, no, like ban religion, blah blah blah. And I'm like, nah, like it brings comfort to people. I'm fine with that. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit jealous of my religious family members when my uncle died, because they were like absolutely convinced that he was in a better place. Like, I was fine with just he's not suffering anymore, because anybody who takes their own life is obviously suffering,
Yeah.
and so but they were convinced that he's with the angels and he's in a better place, and it's all sunshine and
Wait.
fucking yeah.
He was with the California baseball team?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to. But, I mean, like George Carlin pointed this out. He's like, why does everyone assume that their relatives are in heaven? No one ever goes, yeah, that guy was a rat bastard. I bet he's in hell.
Well, I could have been, like, I'm obviously, like, I'm not a terrible person, but at his funeral, the thought did cross my mind. These are Christians, and Christians tend to believe that suicides don't go to heaven, I wasn't going to say it because I'm not going to be that bitch, but I sure did think it. And I was like, the mental gymnastics and cognitive dissonance happening here, where, if it was someone else, then they would not be saying that they're in heaven, but because it was that, their family, their tribe, their brother, their husband, and etc., like, he's in heaven even though he took his own life.
Although I gotta say, what's shady as fuck is the Mormons who are like rebaptizing everybody.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
That's just obnoxious.
They also have baptized Hitler.
Yeah. Oh, let me get some coffee. Coffee, yay.
Is this time of hour?
Hey, caffeine calms me down. It doesn't actually keep me awake.
You know, it used to have that effect on me until I stopped having it because of the seizures. Now I have it again, and it totally gets me wired. I don't know, my metabolism is weird. I'm told that your reactions to things like that can shift, which to me honestly sounds like voodoo, but whatever.
It kind of helps me wake up a little bit in the morning, but it doesn't really have that huge of an
It
effect
calms
on
me
me.
and helps me focus, but it doesn't actually wake me up. It's the best way I can describe it.
I mean, gets the sluggishness out of me.
It is og and it is boo. And
It does wake you up, and it better do it before you go. Sorry, I had to. It was sitting there all pink and naked, I had to point at it.
Dr. Rosnier.
I don't know. You know me, the eternal ladies kid.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see.
Concocting there's a film studio burning, and there's the last copy of Discovery, and the last copy of the Star Wars sequel trilogy, and you only have time to save one of them. Which episode of The Orville do you watch while they burn?
Well, gee, I gotta say, Domino has to win. That was the most epic thing I've ever seen in a TV show.
I have to say, so far that's their best episode.
Let me see if I can. Where did they put the odd thing?
Thinking this season's been really good anyway, so.
I've got these like lime seltzers that my dad really likes, and you know he like took half a case and left me with them. And if you cut them with orange juice, it's actually pretty good. I love lime, I love OJ, I love citrus in general, except for grapefruit. So it works.
Bitter.
Grapefruit is so nasty. It's like if someone managed to take a really good fruit and then make it taste like driveway gravel, that's grapefruit.
I don't mind grapefruit.
I'm not sure if I would describe it as driveway gravel, but it definitely doesn't have a very pleasant flavor.
Okay, fine, asphalt, it's disgustipating, I don't like it.
Oh my. There we are. Ah.
I'm not sure what I compare grapefruit to.
Stop that, no.
Well, take care, Carol.
What time? Oh, wow, it's 9. Okay, fair enough. Not sleepy yet, thankfully. It's weird, like, exercise gets me less tired at the end of the day. Isn't that weird?
Okay, yeah.
Like, I mean, I got home around 5 p.m. It's now 9 p.m., but unlike the last couple of weeks, I'm not like, oh gosh, could midnight get here soon so I can go to bed and not feel elderly? And it turns out that exercise was the key. I mean, I routinely stay up midnight or later, but I think like since getting COVID, that has been not quite as it used to be. And now I seem to really, well, I mean, I spent 3 weeks not playing VR, so that might be part of it as well.
Okay.
But I do feel like I have more energy when I've exercised.
That's always good.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I was trying like hell to play VR with the spotty internet, and it was just so stuttery and impossible to play. And now I have the good internet, and everything's good. But the only game that seemed able to, like the only action-based game that I seemed able to play was Space Pirate Trainer, and even that was kind of stuttery and laggy. But now everything's good.
Okay.
I've really missed it. I mean, honestly, like, I was getting pretty good exercise and I was getting in shape and I was starting to hit my target weight, and then COVID and the move just sort of kicked my ass. But I'm back on it now, so that's good. Wow, we're out of shit to say.
Yeah. I was just thinking I'd like to try to get back to the gym, but we'll see what happens. It's tough because I can't walk 50 feet without stopping to rest.
Yeah.
You know, like most of my life, I've tried to compose a joke about a guy named James Nasium, and I just cannot make it work. There is no way to make that shit funny.
Okay, then.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, you're not wrong. Like, it is a weird, like, it's like right there, you know, there's that easy play on words, but then.
There's just no way to set it up that isn't completely ham-fisted.
Yeah.
I'm looking on Twitter here, somebody's suggesting replacing Ted Danson's Admiral Perry with Kelsey Grammer.
I don't mind Kelsey Grammer.
But I mean, gosh, I don't want to talk about it for spoilers, but I mean, when you say replace, I hope you don't mean recast.
No, not recast as in.
Oh, good. I mean, yeah, Kelsey Grammer, I mean, he's already been in Star Trek. We know he can do it.
Okay, yeah.
Although, actually, I mean, gosh, I could talk about, like, captains and admirals I'd like to see all day. Gosh, I don't know. Who would I like to see as, like, a Union officer on the Orville? I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot of folks I could. You know what? Claudia Christian would be great.
Or Claudia Black.
Yeah, I guess.
I've always had a thing for Claudia Black.
I have a hard time getting past her face. She seems like a decent person, but she is so not my type facially.
Meh.
I don't know.
I mean, she was the voice actor for Morrigan from Dragon Age, which is one of my all-time favorite games.
So I really only know her as Aaron's son from Farscape.
Yeah, she was also in Farscape. She's also in Destiny too.
Don't know that.
She is the voice of a merchant in Destiny 2.
Well, I mean, Claudia Christian was at least 2 or 3 voices in Skyrim.
She was in Pitch Black, that movie. And they are in some of the later seasons of Stargate.
Oh, that's right. I forgot she was in that Pitch Black movie. I think because I tried to block it out, I did not like that movie.
didn't mind it.
The thing I would really like to see the Orville do that Star Trek never really seemed to do is have someone captaining a ship who's not human. You know, like Star Trek will have non-human crew members, but none of them have sat in the captain's chair.
Yeah, you do have a point there.
They've had non-human in captains in Star Trek.
Well,
I'm not sure if they.
not as a main character.
No, not
not
a main
like-
character.
Yeah, I would like to see that done. I really would.
Yeah, that could work. That'd be pretty good.
Yeah. And honestly, like, okay, I haven't watched an episode of Lower Decks because I don't want to, because they took a concept I've wanted to see for decades and made it stupid. And animated
Very.
that fucking Cal Art style that I hate so much.
Very stupid.
I mean, I really did want to see a series of, like, people who don't work on the command deck. I thought that would be really interesting.
Yeah, I watched about 3 episodes of the Lower Deck, and they only had maybe one joke that got a chuckle out of me.
Well, I wanted to see it done seriously without being tongue-in-cheek. I thought it would be very interesting, to have like, oh, the captain is this almost near mythical figure that you barely see because you're not on the command staff, you're just a mere ensign kind of thing. I thought that would be interesting. It was actually the original concept for the West Wing, where the president was not supposed to be a major character. It was supposed to be just someone who showed up every now and then. But people like Martin Sheen so much that it just became about the president. But
He's Martin Sheen.
What?
I mean, he is Martin Sheen.
Well, yeah. But I mean, I really would like to see that concept done in Starfleet, or if not Star Trek, then something similar.
Yeah, instead, they had the captain in Lower Decks be the mother of the lead character.
Oh, jeez. All
And
right.
she was like kind of an incompetent captain too.
I know, and I've mentioned this before, I love the idea of like a series where they have something like Starfleet, but where the military and the science divisions are completely separate. Like the military will escort, protect the science ships, but they're not part of the same like branch of the service, where you have a rivalry between the eggheads and the jarheads. And maybe like some clandestine romantic thing going on between like each side, sort of a Romeo and Juliet thing without the dying at the end. Like they don't want their friends to find out that they're fraternizing with the quote unquote enemy kind of thing. I mean, there's so much potential for drama there, and I would really like to see that done, but it seems like it's up to me.
Yeah, I also found Ensign Mariner, or Lieutenant Mariner, from Lower Decks, the lead character, be the most annoying character they've ever created for Star Trek. I mean, she's more annoying. I found her more annoying than Wesley.
More annoying than Neelix?
More annoying than Neelix.
See, I never found Wesley that annoying, and I never understood why people did. I mean, yes, I kind of didn't like the, like he's the uber genius kind of Sheldon Cooper without the autism thing. But I mean, I never found him actually annoying, like as a person.
Yeah, I found Neelix get less annoying as the series went on.
I'll take your word for it. I don't know. I remember him always being too clownish for my taste.
Yeah, you kind of, if I remember correctly, he kind of lessened up as the series went on. Still, on the annoying character roster, but.
Yeah, well, if I had to choose, I would definitely take Neelix over Pulaski.
Yes.
Oh, I hate her so much. Like, okay, I'm all for strong female characters, but I don't like the ones who seem to think that strength means being a royal bitch. I mean, I love Dr. Finn on the Orville. She's a doctor, a single mother, and she's a badass, and she manages to do it while being a pleasant person, someone I'd actually want to be around. Where Pulaski just seemed like so obnoxious and arrogant.
Finn reminds me of one of my aunts.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, seriously, if it weren't for the fact that I absolutely love wise-ass pilots like Gordon, she'd be my favorite character. I really like Dr. Finn.
Yeah. With Pulaski, they were trying to recreate the whole Spock-Bones dynamic between her and Data, and that was not working.
Yeah, honestly, Well, I mean, it actually bothered me that they named a character Data. How stupid is that? But the whole thing where she insisted on calling him Data bothered me. I was like, first of all, I hate that pronunciation, but even if I didn't, like, how obnoxious is that to insist on mispronouncing someone else's name?
What is my name? The other is not.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I hated her so much. And it also, more than a little bit, bothered me that her name is Kate.
Hmm.
I mean, like, dude, get your own fucking name if you're gonna be such a bitch.
One of the doctors that didn't bother me, that apparently bothered the people, was Floss from Enterprise.
Yeah, I never had a problem with him either. And he was also on the Orville, so hey.
A lot of people said they didn't like the A Night in Sick Bay episode from Enterprise.
I don't remember that one.
It was just a random things going on in sick bay through the episode. It wasn't a great episode, but I didn't think it was all that bad.
Well, you know, one like show, sci-fi show that did that rather well. There was an episode of Babylon 5 where they were following these other crew members, like the maintenance crew or something, while all of this wild action was happening around them. I thought they handled that rather well. You know, like they're sort of looking out of the ports going, wow, these people are fighting and it may end up getting us killed, but we have to go over here and repair this thing on the station kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And the whole time they're like bullshitting with each other the way people do on the job. I mean, I thought it was a well done episode.
Yeah, those make good little filler episodes.
Yeah. Although I have to say, one that, I mean, as much as I love Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the Zeppo was not a good episode. Now, I love Xander, I named my cat after Xander, but that was not a good episode.
I don't remember which one that was.
Well, it's the one where, like, everyone keeps sending him on, like, side missions because they think he's no good in the fighting, and he ends up, like, a bunch of his classmates are werewolves or something. Like, I mean, they weren't werewolves; they were undead somehow, and he had to stop them blowing up the school. You know, that kind of thing. And it was just a lame episode. I mean, you know, and for whatever reason, he ends up having sex with Faith. That just seemed strange.
Okay, I think I remember that one now.
Yeah, it was. I mean, okay, granted, Faith is kind of predatory when it comes to that stuff, but still, I don't know. I felt it didn't do his character a service. Honestly, that was not the Xander character I liked in that episode. He just seemed different.
It's been a while since I've seen any of the Buffy, the Vampire Slayer episodes.
I hate to say it, the first season or two is really super dated. It doesn't, like, it took a while for the show to find its legs, I felt.
I think some of the later seasons, I think they got a little bit too much into who's sleeping with who.
True. Although I have to admit the relationship between Willow and Tara was pretty well done. I actually hated what happened to Tara. I really hated that.
Yeah.
I was hoping for a bit more of a happily ever after with those two.
Yeah.
Well.
Agreed. Like, it was kind of a bummer. It was a good show, though. And, I mean, I'm Team Spike all the way. Angel's a prick.
I agree. And
Angel is a prick, and he doesn't deserve anything good.
And of course, being an 80s fan, I love the Billy Idol look.
Yeah. And, like, honestly, I love the actor, too. So.
Well, I'm not sure I've seen him in anything else, but what amuses the hell out of me is he's in no way British. Apparently, he actually sounds kind of like a California surfer dude.
Yeah, actually, if you ever listen to the audiobooks of the Dresden Files, he actually narrates those.
I barely even am aware of the Dresden Files.
But,
I know the X-Files better.
The most recent thing I know that he was in was, I think, Marvel's Runaways, one of like the non-canon like spin-off shows about like the superpowered teens that like run away because their parents are like evil like supervillains or whatever. And he actually played he's kind of a Tony Stark meets Elon Musk type. Like he's like a super genius engineer, but he's also, I mean, he loves his kids, but he pushes his son way too hard to be perfect, and it causes a lot of animosity. But he doesn't have his British accent. He's just, you know, California dad.
Yeah. What is this streaming somewhere?
Yeah, I think it was on Hulu.
Okay.
I think it was called Marvel's Runaways. Let me double check.
I mean, I'm kind of burned out on superheroes, like I've said, but I do like the ones that are a little off the beaten
Yes,
path.
Marvel's Runaways is on Hulu.
I love Deadpool. I love The Incredibles. I thought Big Hero 6 was pretty good, although as I understand it, they expanded beyond the first movie, and I haven't had a chance to catch up. But and you know what's weird is like I saw the trailer for Big Hero 6, or I think I did, or maybe I just saw the cover, and it was available to me like really cheap, and somehow I didn't connect the hero part with superheroes, and so like I thought it was just about a kid and his robot, and then like it turned into a superhero movie, and I was like, what the fuck happened here? And it actually came as kind of a pleasant surprise in a way. I was like, it came out of nowhere for me, which it shouldn't have. I should have twigged to it early, but I thought it was a really interesting thing to see a superhero become a superhero when you don't expect it.
Yeah, well, and I actually like that about this because, like, early on, they're just like, hey, we're just teenagers. What the fuck are we gonna do? Like, going up against our parents, who are some of the most powerful people in the world. Like, these are like high-powered people.
I read the Runaways comics, so I didn't really like the series.
I liked the show, like, but then again, I have a fondness for like CW-esque type shows, you know. That's just me, and it's only I think like 2 seasons, maybe 3, so it's relatively short. It's already finished, and I enjoyed it.
Hold on, I gotta ask, did it end on a cliffhanger?
No, they kind of wrapped it up pretty well. Like, obviously there was more that they could have like done, but I feel like they gave it a nice bow at the end.
I ask just because I don't want to start a show that doesn't end.
They don't
You know what I
actually,
mean?
they don't actually run away until the very last episode of the first season.
Okay, I didn't need to know that was a spoiler, but my point is that I don't want to start watching a show and then when it hits a certain season, it's like, oh yeah, they canceled it. You'll never know what happened at the end. I hate that shit.
Now, I do feel like that they might have, I don't know if it was a planned thing, where it was planned to end that when it was, or whether they just didn't get renewed and they just kind of like, you know, kind of rushed to wrap everything up at the end, but they do wrap it up at the end. So it's not like Sense8, you know, where there had to be fan outcry to get them to put out like a feature-length film, essentially, to wrap up the fucking plot threads.
Well, there was a show I was really enjoying called The Last Man on Earth. It was sort of, like, I already love the post-apocalypse genre. This was sort of a half-comedic take on it. And I was really enjoying it, but the very last episode something happens, and I'm like, ooh, I'm interested, and then the show was canceled. And I mean, I did find a synopsis of what was going to happen next, but it was annoying.
Okay, so Netflix did me dirty like that with a show that I, like, they kept pushing it to me. I was like, all right, fine, I'll watch it, because I love supernatural shit. Like, just about anything supernatural, I will gobble that shit up. Like a fat kid on a cupcake. But when it comes to it, like, I watch the show, and, like, they leave it on the worst cliffhanger. And since I know you won't want to watch it because of the cliffhanger, I'm going to tell you what that cliffhanger was.
Well, tell me what the show was.
It was called The Order.
Okay.
And it's basically kind of a darker Harry Potter, you know? And the main character's girlfriend got her throat ripped out, and he grabs essentially the Necronomicon and starts going towards the pet cemetery, about to do some, like, fucking resurrection shit that he knows is going to essentially doom everybody. And that is where they ended, him carrying the book and her dead body to the fucking cemetery.
Oh, that's just rude to end it
And then they
there.
canceled it. I was so fucking pissed. So pissed.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, like, you know me, I'm more into sci-fi than fantasy, and I was often thinking I would love to see something like Harry Potter but set in space, except that's Ender's Game, so we
Yeah,
kind of have it. But I'd like to see something a little more extensive, maybe less about war, you know, like maybe sort of a Starfleet Academy kind
If
of
you were to
thing.
take Divergent and move it to space, maybe.
I don't
You know, where you have
but
Divergent is basically kind of a dystopian. It was one of the YA dystopians that got really big, but you have people that they are born and then they are tested, and whatever their skill is, that's the group that they go in. So they train with them, they live with them. They are like separated out like this, but then you have people that are divergents that actually have multiple talents, and because that fucks up the algorithm of their system, those people like need to be weeded out of said system. So
Okay.
if you could take something like that and put it in space, and
something
that
a
might
bit
work.
less dystopian, frankly. I'd like to do something where it's more like, you know, you know, instead of Slytherin and Gryffindor, it's science track and engineering track and all of that stuff, you know, and just have sort of a Starfleet Academy kind of thing, you know?
Well, then just do Starfleet Academy.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Star Trek is okay, but I'd like to see. See, one of the things that really bothers me about Star Trek is if you're in Starfleet, sure, you get to go to strange new worlds and boldly go and all that, but if there's ever a war, all of a sudden you're in the military. That bothers me. I mean, like I was saying before, I'd love to see something where the military and the science are separate entities. They may work together, but they're not really on the same team, you know, like they're in different houses kind of thing.
It's like you might have a CDC, like if there's some sort of like bug that they find, you know, out in the field, you know, while like exploring stuff, like the military is charting new territory or something like that. Like you have a CDC like entity that they might go out and investigate, and so they'll work with them, but they're not the ones doing the war.
Well, actually, I think it's the other way around, the way I'd like to do it, where, you know, you have the science people and they're boldly going, they're trying to discover strange new worlds, all of that. But then they meet hostile aliens, and all of a sudden there is a struggle for command between the military and the science division, where it's like, you know, well, they're attacking us, we have to destroy them. And the science people are like, now wait a minute, we haven't had a chance to try to negotiate with them. Maybe this doesn't have to escalate. Give us a chance. No, we're in command here. You know, that kind of nonsense.
Yeah, and you could have the social sciences too, where it's like you have actual like people that are ambassador types, you know? So you have the sciences for learning about the new areas, because there's going to be flora and fauna that are unique to that world. But then you also have the ambassador types for making first contact with new species.
But I very much like the idea of having those branches be separate and maybe have rivalries or not, but you know, so then like that's the setting. But it would actually be set around the academy training those people to do that sort of thing. So like I say, sort of Harry Potter in space.
Yeah, no, like I would read it.
Yeah. And it would probably have to be a book if I made it, because, well, as much as I'm an animator, working on Quinn Redshift has taught me that my projects have to be small unless I can pay for a team. I mean, I gotta tell you, this has been so much work, it's consumed so much of my life working on this project, and it's close to done, but I mean, still, if I'm gonna do anything ever again, it's gotta be short. You know, like I have to come up with some brief scenario and see if I can animate that, you know. instead of like a nearly half-hour long animated thing. Because it is like it's 20 some minutes already. It probably will be a half hour by the time it's done, and that is a lot of work for one person. I'm just saying. So yeah, I would probably have to do it in novel form if I do it at all. And I mean, I'm not a bad writer, but I sort of tend to get bogged down in some of the, well, yeah, but also like sometimes I will have an idea and no idea how to get from point A to point B without being like goofy or cheesy or horrible.
Find yourself a co-writer. Then you guys can kind of help each other out in that.
Well, I mean, like, for a while I was working on this idea that was basically Peter Pan in space, but I could in no way justify the characters leaving their ship and not being able to get back without someone else's help. I just couldn't do it. There was no way to make that happen without it being so much hand-wavium and technobabble that it just made no sense at all. Like, I mean, you know, you meet this guy, and he wants to take you to another world, and you go with him, and unless he refuses to take you back, how do you keep people there? You know?
Yeah. Because then it's a kidnapping thing. You don't want to keep someone against their will.
And I mean, the characters weren't exactly kids. It's like, you know, they were like, how do I put this? They were not officers. They were crew on a transport ship, on like, you know, a sort of a cargo hauler. And,
Right.
you know, like the part of the father was the captain, and, you know, the younger son was the,
So Lost in Space, kind of.
kind of,
The
yeah.
family working together on the ship.
And I mean, I did my best to work in some Peter Pan references, you know, like the ship was called the Kensington because it takes place in Kensington, the England part of Peter Pan, and all of that, you know, but I just could not make it work. And I tried it multiple ways. I tried it with them as military, but then there's desertion problems. You know, eventually I hit on a civilian ship, but then I just, like, I could not figure out how to work in the, like, oh, Peter lost his shadow kind of thing. I had no way to make that work as sci-fi. It just required magic. Like, I mean, even turning the shadow into, like, a homing beacon or his way to get home or something, it just made no sense. Although I did like the idea, like, Tinkerbell was actually a repair bot called, what was it, I'll get how to do this, 3E11, so it looked like Bell, but because it's a repair robot, it's a Tinker, so it's Tinker Bell kind of thing.
Yeah.
I thought it was clever. I don't know if anyone else would, but, you know.
I mean, maybe like a nanobot technology for his shadow. Something, you know, that the family, you know, have, and it's, you know, part of like their exploration gear.
Well, they're not explorers though. They're cargo haulers.
Okay, cargo hauling, like, or mining. You could have, you know, like tweaked it a little. And I still think a good nanobot would probably be your best bet.
But but I mean, why would he need anything? Like, I couldn't figure out what he needed in place of a shadow. But I did have initially, like, you know how Peter would look into the windows of the children's home because he liked the stories Wendy told. I like the idea of him finding Wendy at like a Spacers bar and listening to like the stories she told of their adventures through space, and that is why he like wanted to hang out with them, you know. But I really couldn't justify him taking them to quote-unquote Never Neverland, which I called Nunca, which was sort of a bastardization of Nunca in, you know, Spanish, which means nothing kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, I could not figure out how to get him to take them to Never Neverland without it being a kidnapping situation. I just couldn't do it. I don't know. It made no sense. I had to make Peter Pan a bad guy. if I was going to do any of it, and I did not like that. It didn't
Have
feel
it-
legitimate.
Maybe have where he accidentally takes them.
I guess, but like part of Peter Pan
Always?
is that he offers to take them, and they're like, yes, this sounds like a badass idea, and I couldn't justify it. I couldn't do it. I mean, I would have to betray the spirit of Peter Pan to make it work. And don't get me started on the problems I had, like, coming up with how the Lost Boys would work. I mean, obviously they would be like lost in space somehow, but how the hell do I keep them young? Or
Nanobot technology?
I guess.
And then unique conditions on the planet.
It seems like I could not figure out how to make it work without it seeming so bullshitty. I just couldn't do it.
Let's say maybe have the characters wanting some kind of adventure, or being, cargo haulers is not exactly the most adventurous job in space, so, they have this adventure land in their lap.
Well, the thing is that, like, they're hauling cargo, which means they're vulnerable to pirates, and boy, howdy does pirates play a role in Peter Pan. So that seemed perfect, really, to me, that they were telling stories about being spacers and maybe attacked by pirates.
So I have an idea.
Yeah.
And it goes back to the nanobot, like, because one of the reasons why scientists, like, in our world are looking into nanobots is repairing cells. And if they could get them to do it, you'd effectively be immortal. And if they are long hauler cargo like people and they don't have faster than light travel, those nanobots make them effectively immortal so that they can go from point A to point B. And Peter losing his shadow would be losing the nanobots that keep him young, needing to get them back because his life is on the line.
See, I could see nanobots keeping the Lost Boys young, but for Peter, it would almost, like, I was trying to come up with a way where he lost his navigation equipment somehow, where he couldn't get back home, and that was his shadow.
I mean, that could work too.
Yeah.
The nanobot idea.
But I do think the nanobot idea would be good for, at the very least, a way to keep them young and alive, because it's constantly repairing cellular damage, which means, because that's what aging is. It is essentially just cellular damage.
And the pirates are wanting that technology.
But I could not really justify the Lost Boys wanting to stay. I could not figure out how to make that one work. Because they weren't supposed to be kids in this. They were supposed to be, like, at least as old as the crew members that stood in for Wendy, what were they, John and Michael. But
Like, you could have them orphaned or have their homeland, their home planet, like, damaged, and them wanting to leave and seek out, a new home,
Like I
basically.
say, they could also have it where they're acclimated to that planet where they can't leave.
I suppose that's possible. I don't know. I mean, except, of course, the Lost Boys do ultimately leave Neverland. So there would have to be some sort of a breakthrough there.
Well, which is why I'm saying if they leave their home planet because, say there was a climate catastrophe and it's, not easy to live on that planet any longer, Peter could essentially give them, a chance to escape that and to, make their fortunes, like a solid, like, living, working as a cargo hauler and being able to see the universe,
Well, I suppose
freedom
they
and adventure.
Right? Sure.
I mean, so we can have a brainstorm on this sometime because I think it's a fascinating concept, and I definitely would love to brainstorm on this because I think you should write it.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest, I got as far as, like, Peter starting to meet Wendy, and I felt I was doing really well with the writing. It was just I got stuck on how to, like, with all this stuff, how to justify Neverland and all those things. But these are decent ideas. I may have to use that.
Hey, by all means.
I mean,
If you want a co-writer, like, let me know. Like,
I don't think I would use nanotechnology anywhere but Never Neverland. The cargo haulers don't have access to it.
Yeah,
But-
it could be a unique thing into the Neverland, and that instance, and that could be also why the parrots are there.
Well, I had some fun ideas for, Captain Hook. I was trying to figure out what alien would have ripped his hand off so that he needed a cyber replacement, but
It has to be something reptilian. Maybe one that language is clicking, like ticking sounds.
maybe.
Because it calls back to the crocodile. That's
Yeah.
12 o'clock.
Although, I mean, it could also be like some sort of, I don't know, subsonic thing that makes the sensors go all tweaky. Well, in Aliens, when they have those scanners, the Marines are using the scanners to know where the Xenos are. That kind of thing, where it's like, oh my gosh, the sensors are going nuts. It must be the alligator, the crocodile. There was a crocodile. That kind of thing without being too obvious about it. I mean, that was one of the things I really wanted to do, is to try to hide the fact that this is Peter Pan in space. So that like someone reading it would have to figure it out. I hadn't really considered the nanobots and the Lost Boys. I mean, I guess the Lost Boys don't have to be trapped humans like marooned humans, but it does make sense because that's what the orphans all were.
Yeah, and I mean, there are different ways to be an orphan, like in the context of like space, because if you can't live on your planet anymore, like you have a planet that a climate catastrophe happened. You could even have some subtle messaging about climate change and that basically things were going to shit and nobody did anything about it because, the companies were just greedy and wanted to make money, and it was short-term profits, as opposed to long-term sustainability of the planet. And now, you have people having to essentially live underground because temperatures are far too scorching hot and resources are scarce.
Well, Nyumka is the name of the planet. It's supposed to be kind of a paradise. They're supposed to.
Well, I'm talking about for the Lost Boys, like where they're from originally.
Well, I always pictured them being marooned. Like they're there, but they crashed there. But that didn't really give me a way for them to enjoy being there the way the Lost Boys seemed to.
Whereas if it's giving them a different kind of life instead of scraping by, water wars and, scraping by for bare minimum resources, they actually have a chance to thrive,
Because the crash landed in paradise.
It's funny. I never understood why it was supposed to be bad. Like I liked the idea of always being a kid. I would have taken a trip to Never Neverland and never left when I heard about it. So, like when I first encountered Peter Pan, I've never liked the idea that the Lost Boys left happily. I don't know. Maybe it's just me being an eternal kid at heart, but like.
For me, I wouldn't want to be a kid forever, but, having, that's why the idea of either vampires or, nanotechnology that repairs cellular damage, and could fix my body so that I'm not a prisoner to my body, that would be my ideal goal, I wouldn't care as much about living forever, but having a long, full life where I can have all kinds of wonderful experiences, that's what I would want. Even if I could live forever, I would probably, terminate that at some point.
Well, I mean, I just like the idea of having that childlike nature forever, where you play pretend all the time, you're playing all the time, not a care in the world. I love that. And I wanted nothing more than that as a kid. I hated the idea of growing up, still do.
Well, maybe your version of Lost Boys don't leave.
Maybe, but I also sort of want to stay as true to the source material as I can. So, I mean, it's funny. My first idea for the Lost Boys was that they were like some military patrol that got lost and crashed there, but I'm not sure because that sounds like they never want to stay. So I got to come up with a reason for them to like being there.
Well, yeah.
But
Paradise
moving
for
as
one of them.
well. Yeah, I mean, it's something that I have been tossing around in my head for ages because I do love this idea of Peter Pan in space. It's just the execution of it is tough. And I mean, that's just to bring us full circle is, I mean, I brought it up because I was talking about how, well, we were talking about like writing and getting stuck and, you know.
Here you go. So they found this paradise, and at the end of the story, they decide to leave so they can find other species to bring back to the planet.
Well, I mean, part of the thing is like if you remember, you know, in Peter Pan, they like the parents end up like adopting most of the kids and all of that. I was thinking that the captain says, "Yeah, sure, I can bring you on my crew. You can be part of the crew. We need more people. We're short-handed," kind of thing.
I suppose that could work.
Yeah.
There are lots of different ways to take it, you
Or you can
know.
combine the two. You say,
Yeah.
okay, we'll go with you as part of your crew, so we can go find others like us.
Yeah.
I suppose that is one way to make them orphans, is to make them aliens from a world that like maybe doesn't exist anymore, and their relatives or the rest of their species is scattered around the galaxy. Yeah, I can see that.
And it's basically, you know, a dash of fucking Superman.
Yeah.
But like, it can be made to work, you know, for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I did need some ideas to break me out of the like not knowing what to do next part, because honestly, I was so lost. I was like, this is a great idea, but I can't make it work.
Hope we've helped.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, you can be on the tree.
And like I said, feel free to hit me up anytime and we can brainstorm some more. I love coming up with ideas.
And you know, I suddenly realized I had completely forgotten about Nana, the dog.
It could be an AI.
Yeah.
Like an AI or an android.
The ship's AI.
Was Nana even in the original or just the Disney version?
I don't remember. It's been so long since I read it's been so long since I read it.
I mean, it's not even necessary. I can change a few things, you know, like.
I feel like that's like a sci-fi techie thing, and you know, the ship's AI could be named Nana.
Well, does the dog even play much of a role? I mean, I remember, like she does go to Never Neverland with the kids, I think, but, or maybe she gets left behind. I'm gonna have to check it out again. I don't remember.
She got left behind,
Okay.
and at least in the film. But she did get to fly at the end, which I'm thinking like we'll have to come up with like a sci-fi type name for NANA and like a neuro access.
Well, I just thought of something.
I don't know.
If okay, you know how at one point Peter is supposed to be poisoned, but Tinkerbell drinks it instead.
Mhm.
I was thinking it'd be a great idea where, like, the poison is actually supposed to, like, destroy the code of Peter's nanobots. And so the repair bot, the Tinkerbell repair bot, takes the code itself and basically, quote unquote, dies in Peter's place. That could be an interesting thing to do.
Yeah.
Although I really don't know how to handle the clap if you believe in fairies part, but I think it could be something like, like contribute a line of code if you want to save Tinkerbell or something. I don't know.
Yes, make it a like transhumanist type thing, a fusion of AI and actual genetics.
So cybernetic then, sort of thing.
Kind of. And so basically, and you can have it run a scan that say maybe the Lost Boys, something in their genetic makeup makes it so that the poison is not effective on them, and by taking some of their genetic code, that could be then used to essentially bolster the defenses of Tinkerbell.
Well, and it won't be the first time that there was like a, like a robot that had a biological brain in sci-fi. I mean, it will definitely not be the first time that's happened. So
Yeah, but it's not so overdone that it's tropey.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny when you really look at Star Wars Episode 3 and you look at General Grievous, it's clear that he has a biological component, that his eyes are meat. But like the rest of him is a robot.
Yeah.
General Grievous?
Yeah, the guy with the 4 lightsabers that Obi-Wan fights?
Yeah, he's a cyborg. He's got organic brain in there too.
This is what I'm saying.
So,
I think
but
some
it's
of
not
his
something
lungs
done
are
as
for
often
organic too.
as some other things.
It's true. I'm trying to remember other examples of like a computer with a biological brain, and it seems like there's very few.
Dude was basically RoboCop level parts of organics.
I'm almost picturing Krang from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Kinda, yeah. It's just the brain, some eyes, and a little bit of maybe a few organs here and there.
Yeah. All right.
Take some notes before you forget.
Looking it up,
Yeah.
it does seem Nana was in the original Peter Pan.
Although actually, we're on stream right now, so you can just reference the stream later and take
I have
notes.
no idea what our time code is. I forget. What did we say about how Peter gets Wendy to go with him?
Do you want to go about that? Is just basically offering them an adventure where they're pretty much bored was my suggestion.
Well, I mean, they are like it's supposed to start where they're on leave, or at least they're in space dock, and so maybe they do have some free time. And he makes an offer, hey, you want to come along? And but even then, I'm trying to remember how I justified it, where it wasn't a kidnapping, where they really wanted to go and stay.
Like I said, they're just bored with their old life. So
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
I mean,
We've been told.
wanderlust does happen.
Actually, come to think of it, yeah, I mean, there's supposed to be like some bad blood between Wendy and her father. So if there's something going on between her and the captain.
Okay, the captain's being is kind of an asshole. Seems like we're bored hauling cargo from one planet and that. It's just same thing in and out. Day in, day out.
I'm picturing Lenina Huxley from Demolition Man, where she's like, what I wouldn't give for some action.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Demolition Man is such a great flick.
But there you go. You've got your ideas. Like, I'm sure you will make something fantastic work from all this.
I'll have to try it. This is definitely an idea.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna do like a weird little dance, and put my hands on my head. So now you know that like the end of the ideas is here, so that you can just backtrack like 20 minutes.
Okay, John. Right.
There's no point in doing anything if you can't be a fucking weirdo from time to time.
When they first thought of Peter Pan, however, the dog was Porthos, a Saint Bernard.
Well, I seem to remember the Saint Bernard, but Porthos, that would probably make the dog a guy.
For the very first production. However, Nana was played by a human and spent hours studying Booth? I don't know.
I've written down some of what we've talked about, enough to get me going.
The author J.M. Barrett specified that Nanette is a Newfoundland. So it wasn't until the play that they turned the character to a Saint Bernard. Well, that's some interesting tidbits of information that might be applicable.
So I wonder how much it's based in reality that, you know, like St. Bernards wander around the mountains with a barrel of brandy under their neck.
Not much.
It was like a common like trope though, like going way back. Like I remember tons of cartoons where that was like a thing that happened. You know, someone's trapped in the snow and the dog has the brandy to warm the person up, even though it would actually contribute to hypothermia faster.
Yeah.
But you know, people are stupid. You know, especially before the advent of modern science.
Oh yeah. I wonder where that came from.
Okay. And, you know, I have to say, it'll be a lot less skeezy to have, like, Tiger Lily and all of those native types not be quite so racist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, where it's like they're native to their own planet, they have their own culture, but it's not like a caricature.
Yeah.
Different aliens coming in from different planets onto this one planet.
Well, I figure they'd be natives, though, to Nyanga. I think that makes sense.
And, you know, they have like a socialist utopia, like they can still be like hunter-gatherer types, but you said it's a paradise, so it's like everybody provides and, you know, like they don't give them no concept of like war, you know, or strikes. They literally live in peace and harmony and have for generations, you know?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I seem to remember, I'm gonna have to look at it again, because I know they had some weird relationship with Peter and with Captain Hook.
Well, Tiger Lily was kidnapped by Hook and like tied to a rock at low tide, waiting for the tide to come in and drown her.
And of course, like, you know, Captain Hook will just have to be a royal ass. I was never really sure, like, I don't think they ever really got into the origins of the pirates. I don't exactly know why they're there. But I guess they would have to be like, oh, look, we found this paradise, let's loot the hell out of it, kind of thing.
But then they found out they couldn't leave.
Yeah. Or like just their ship gets damaged or something, so all it can do is stay on the surface. It can't, like, break atmo.
Yeah, or maybe there's something with the magnetic field of the planet that interferes with their technology.
Yeah.
Maybe it has an extra strong magnetic field that, you know, it's too strong for their shielding.
We try and leave. No, that wouldn't work.
Well, that doesn't make sense, because how did Peter leave? I think their ship has to be damaged.
All right, damage works.
Oh, that's right. Looking at
But again, like, Peter doesn't have to be the same as Hook. They could be different species.
Yeah.
True.
The monks of the St. Bernard Hospice insisted that any St. Bernards ever carry casks of small barrels around their necks. The attribute the image to an 1820 painting of alpine mastiffs, reanimating a distressed traveler, which is apparently where the whole casket around their neck thing came from. Because they have one of the dogs with one of those around its neck in the painting.
I know, it's funny how many things that are like very common tropes about one culture or another turns out to be from either a caricature or some bit of fiction that just sort of entered the public consciousness without the distinction of it being a caricature or fiction.
So apparently it was.
I love pointing out the Swedish accent that is so typical, doesn't really, yeah, we come from Sweden, like that. To be perfectly honest, the Italian accent sounds closer to that than any Swede I've ever met.
Yeah, I have a friend who is from Malmo, Sweden, and his accent is nothing like that stereotypical like Swedish like accent.
The Swedish chef from the Muppets.
Everyone brings up the Swedish chef, but I usually hear it more in context of like, a Swedish supermodel or something, the Swedish milkmaid kind of thing,
Yeah, it was like in the Great Dictator, we were with Charlie Chaplin. We actually hear him saying, I think it was a German, and speaking. All he's doing is just saying different in foods.
I don't know. It's like I know I saw that, but I was way too young to appreciate it. So I don't really remember.
Oh.
I do remember there was a Charlie Chaplin movie I was watching where he was talking to some woman, and of course it was silent, so they would throw up like a card with what people were saying. Now, she said, "You betcha," but I was watching it, like I was trying to lip read, and it sure looked like she said, "You bitch." And of course I was like, 10 or something, so I thought that was hilariously funny. Now I'm like, It always did a little bit bother me that, Charlie Chaplin had a Hitler mustache. I mean, I know it was common back then. And
no, he did that, like, at least in The Great Dictator, he was literally mocking Hitler.
Oh, yes. Well, yes, but I mean, prior to that. Because I obviously am not contemporary with either one of them, and I knew about Hitler before Charlie Chaplin. And so when I saw Charlie Chaplin, I was like, what the hell? Why? With the mustache. But it's weird to me how that particular style of like lip fungus became so out of fashion because of one guy.
Oh, considering what that one guy did.
I know, but that's part of why it's it's not funny because of what he did, but it is kind of funny that he could make it so toxic just to have that mustache.
I mean, what's even worse is the swastika, considering it was a Buddhist symbol for, thousands of years before Hitler was even born.
Although
and it's completely ruined.
Around. He mirror imaged it.
But in Japan, like when they were going to host the Olympics, they actually took it down, and they don't actually use that symbol in Japan anymore because it can trigger people like outside of the country who don't necessarily know its history, which is really sad. Like, I mean, I'm not, I don't like religions, but of all of them, Buddhist is one of like the ones that I hold in the highest esteem. Because it is very much, you focus on fixing your own shit and don't worry about what homeboy over there is doing, and it's not as like forcing, others to live by your way of life kind of thing, which I respect.
I'm pretty okay with Wicca for similar reasons, and also I, dated a Wiccan for 5 years, and she sometimes did the skyclad thing. I was pretty okay with that too.
Yeah, skyclad is fun.
Well, I gotta say, Charlie Chaplin without his mustache looks so strange.
Well, I actually, wow, okay. Well, I took a picture of Hitler into Photoshop and removed the mustache, and he looked weirdly like Ronald Reagan.
Like, I mean, I'm not saying anything. I'm not going there.
Okay. But yeah, it is kind of funny, like, I don't know, maybe I just watched the wrong movies, but Groucho Marx sometimes had a real mustache and sometimes it was makeup. And I don't know if I watched the ones where it was a real mustache and just didn't notice the makeup, or I was too young, or maybe it's because it was black and white. But for a very long time, I didn't realize the mustache was makeup.
Okay, then.
I don't know, it was weird. I do love his style of humor, the sort of snarky replies to things. I really enjoy that. I don't know.
Move.
Groucho Marx.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Wasn't Bugs Bunny somewhat based on Groucho?
I wouldn't know about that part, but I know that Yakko Warner certainly is.
Hmm. Well, I never. I mean, you should. It's fun.
Yeah, I do like that sort of thing. I mean, it's in a way like inspired some of my own humor. Like, you know, the thing where the protest sign that said vaginas brought you into this world, vaginas will vote you out kind of thing. And I was like, well, that's a weird way to pull the lever, but okay. You know, it's just that's that kind of
Hey, it worked.
Go to the side of what people said sort of humor. I enjoy that, and I've tried to use it, like incorporate it into my own sense of humor. Yeah, it does. It works often. Not always, but you can't make a good joke every time. Oh well, what you gonna do?
Move.
How you doing over there, Di?
Oh, I is move. Gonna head to bed pretty soon. Eventually. Early
Well,
day
I'm here to
tomorrow.
keep you company as long as.
Dialysis day tomorrow. Balakesta de prata. Bentaya karasota popapadieni.
Okay, you really should think more positive and think of it as live-alysis.
There you go.
Although, I mean, her name is Diana, so it's meant just for her.
There is that. Yeah.
You know, you have the whole background in here, but it doesn't show up on YouTube.
Really?
What,
I haven't
where,
actually
when?
been watching the stream.
What, my background?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because
true.
there are two different cameras in play there.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I wanted to try to use one camera for both views, but I couldn't.
Oh, it seems like there's some echo.
Yeah, it's probably me. See what we've got here.
Yeah, that's the point of having the headphones.
Ah. It's really full of poo. So really, really full of poo.
Yeah, I'm listening. There's definitely echo on everybody but you.
Oh, and then
It's likely just
going.
because of the headphones.
All right, let's see how that is.
All right, I'm definitely using the proper microphones, so.
Totaya karesen. Matra datayu karene petraje.
Something about cheese.
Yes. Okay, let's to see if these these two working to making on the egg thing.
Well, I'm not even sure how many people are watching because the chat hasn't moved in ages.
I'm guessing that
Look like
no.
anyone.
I'm
It's fine. We're just hanging out.
I'm
Yeah.
guessing that no extra people are watching.
Extra people.
Let's see what we've got here. Jataya kere motono. Caparite. Okay, to into. Okay, let's.
Yeah.
There it goes on the egg thing.
Like, how do you even interpret that extra medium?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Extra average, huh?
Right.
Yeah, nobody has said anything for better part of an hour.
Whatever.
I feel like I've been saying things for quite some time.
What are you
Yeah,
cross to?
we're literally just hanging out and having fun, and we're recording things for posterity for Kate. So like when she does her book.
Yeah.
Well, what you want to do instead of that, why not record things for posteriority?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, I mean, I've had a lot of ideas for stories, and like, I've had a hard time writing some of them. I mean, I had this idea a while back about like it's Earth, but it's Earth that's been conquered by these gigantic aliens that everyone calls the Stompers, and people are like, living in caves, like very primitive because they've lost everything, and they're trying to evade the Stompers and find things to eat. And basically, what it was my entire building had a bit of a roach problem in San Diego. So it was like, what if humans were the roaches and the Stompers were the humans, like in my world, trying to destroy them? And I also, in a way, included some of my experiences with seizures, where the main character has absence seizures, doesn't know what they are, and takes them as visions. And it was like this sort of fun idea, but my execution was just awful. So I don't know.
Moo.
Like, I have a lot of ideas, but the follow through has been lousy. Like, Quinn Redshift is one of the only things I've really stuck with.
Oh, how close are you to release?
I don't know yet because, like the move definitely put me behind schedule, but I will be able to get a much faster, more advanced version of 3DS Max, and so that should make it quicker.
Okay, so you're gonna go ahead and rent it?
Basically, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, because the San Diego place sold for so much, there's some money to play with.
Okay then.
Yeah.
It's nice to know that you had some spare change.
Yeah. Yeah. And hopefully Quinn Redshift will make me some money. I mean, I have fantasies in my head of, some big studio seeing it and wanting to do more with it, but who knows? I mean, that seems really unlikely now. I'd have to shop it around to conventions, I think. Like, I can't just have it on YouTube.
Oh, okay then.
Kind of like what Ruby did with Rooster Teeth.
I don't know what that is.
It's RWBY, the show that was on Rooster Teeth / Crunchyroll.
Yeah, I don't know any of those things.
It's basically an animated show that it's kind of based on like Tales from the Brothers Grimm. Like Ruby is the main character, and she's kind of like Red Riding Hood, but she has this badass scythe that she uses to fight monsters with.
Okay, that's starting to sound familiar. I've never seen it, but I think I've seen imagery.
Yeah, and then her sister is the Y. She's yellow, basically. And she's kind of like a Sun Wukong type, and she like punches things with her gauntlet. And then you have black and white. White is Vice, and she is kind of the Elsa princess, like, because dust is used for a lot of things. Like, it's a magic dust, and her family is like, the main manufacturer of it. And like their magic is reliant on this dust to work. And then the bee is black, and that's Blake, and she's part of like an underclass of citizens that get discriminated against a lot.
Well, I was just thinking about going to short film competitions or just festivals or something and putting it up there to be seen in
Okay.
Redshift.
But it started out as like a labor of love, and then it got picked up and actually got a bit of a budget, and the animation improved significantly after it did.
I mean, even if it never happens, I do intend to continue the story as a graphic novel. So I'm not
Which
sure
is
how
a
to
lot
publish
less
one.
strenuous than full
Yes.
animation.
I'm not really sure how to publish one, but I am Facebook friends with a guy who's self-published before, so I can ask. But yeah, it's I have ideas. I have a larger story arc, but it's mostly going to be episodic. Like the very first story post animation is going to be going to a planet that, well, actually a moon, that at first seems quite benign, but it turns out the people living there are just really horrible fascists. A lot of class warfare and shit going on. A lot of this is our destiny. We are the ones who rule. It's very sort of supremacist kind of stuff, and they have to be stopped big time. You know.
Yeah. That's interesting.
But it's going to be an alien world, and Quinn is going to be like the lone human explorer, and that gives him the opportunity to have a fresh set of eyes on the world they're living in. And
Right.
also, I don't know where I'm going to work this in, but I kind of want to shake up the idea of like a light side and a dark side of something, where, you know, at first Quinn hears it and he thinks, you know, like the Force, good, evil, and all of that, but it turns out that like the light side is the practical world, the you know, the engineers and the laborers and all that stuff, where the dark side is the unknown, the scientists, the writers, the artists, that kind of thing. You know, where
Well-
it's like it's dark because it's hard to see and people are discovering. You know, where the light is what's already out there and people are manipulating the real world.
I mean, there's also just the whole idea that honestly the light side of the Force wasn't all that great.
Well, I'm not just talking about the Force, though.
No, but what I'm saying is like the Jedi were not that great. I mean, forcing, you know, taking kids at a very early age, separating them, cutting off all ties, forcing them to suppress their emotions, like that is a recipe for, you know, basically making little school shooters.
Well, I mean, I've thought about, like, a lot of people think, based on the movies, that the dark side has to be evil, that you have to use, like anger and hate to fuel it. But when you really look at it, I mean, Yoda tells Luke that you can feel the Force when you're at peace and calm and passive, where the dark side clearly seems to be more about passion. Like, imagine if there was a Force user who was dark side, but they used their power through joy. You know, I mean, nothing says that their emotions have to be negative to use the Force.
Interesting idea.
And I actually think, like, someone showed me a Sith code or a dark side code that was part of the canon, and it really fit. Where it's like, you know, all this passion. They used the word passion, and I was like, oh my gosh. I mean, this is something I figured out on my own by watching the movies, but apparently it really is part of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, nothing says that to use the light side you have to be a Jedi either.
I always kind of like the idea of the gray Jedi, where they try and walk the line between the light and dark.
I always thought if I had a Sith name, it'd be Darth Sunder. I like that. And I like the idea of having a lightsaber that's sort of like an orangey amber color, almost like the color of the old monochrome monitors where you had a choice between black and white, green and black, and amber and black. It would be that amber color of that old school monitor. I like the idea of an orange lightsaber.
Moo.
Yeah, there have been ones in the extended universe.
It did bother me a little in Knights of the Old Republic, where the color of your lightsaber determined something about your stats. I always wished it was just, an aesthetic choice.
Yeah, they changed things with the Disney thing where the color of the lightsaber is determined by how you're connected to the Force. So, a dark side person always develops a red lightsaber.
Which is kind of boring.
And before any Jedi gets a hold of the lightsaber, the blade is clear.
Oy. Well, I mean, that's clearly not even the case. You look at the younglings in the prequels, they clearly have lightsabers that are blue and green.
No, they still have Force connections. So.
I don't know. It seems silly.
Yeah, it was silly.
But I don't know.
I think that may have come from the Star Wars Visions that they did, like little short cartoons they put on. Not bad, but.
Well, I mean, one of the things that kind of bothers me is how lock-focused Star Wars seems to be on Force users these days. I mean, for me, the appeal, certainly of the original trilogy, was less about the Skywalker family spat and a bit more about fighting the Empire for freedom. That was the part that interested me the most. I liked the idea of the rebels and, like going up against an evil galactic empire. That was the part that inspired me. So the way that everything is Jedi Sith now, just ugh.
And even when they did a show called Star Wars Rebels, they still made it about Jedi Sith.
Yeah. Oh, that bothered me. And it also bothers me that Rogue One wasn't about fucking Rogue Squadron. Come on, people. Wedge Antilles needs his own movie. Just saying.
Moo.
Still amuses me, though, that the guy who played Captain/Admiral Piet was also in The Life of Brian playing Jesus. That amuses the hell out of me. Of course, one other thing about Life of Brian that amuses me, I think it was George Harrison, one of the Beatles, funded like most of the movie, and they stuck him in one shot and then dubbed his voice with someone else in post-production. Like, it's not even his voice.
Okay.
I don't know. It was funny watching that interview with it was Michael Palin and John Cleese on a panel with this like British, I don't know, is he a priest, a vicar, I don't know what the
where they were discussing the Life of Brian.
And they kept insisting that not, the guys from Python, that the two critics were insisting that Brian was supposed to be Jesus, despite the fact that Jesus is mentioned many times, and you see the Sermon Sermon on the Mount. While Brian is there, he's clearly not supposed to be Jesus, but these guys insisted up and down that he was.
Yeah,
It almost seemed like they hadn't even watched the movie.
It would not surprise me had they not watched it. Yeah.
That was such a hilarious interview, especially how, Michael Palin and John Cleese totally kept their cool while the two critics were like royal jackasses.
Yeah, well,
like after a while, you even if you agreed with the two guys, you couldn't respect them by the end of it.
Well, one of them was an archbishop, and I forget what the other one was.
Oh, he was just like a scholarly film critic or some shit. I don't
Some
remember
shit.
exactly. He was like, one of those ivory tower philosopher types.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was a hilarious interview to watch.
Sounds it. I don't think I saw that interview.
Yeah, it came in 2 parts.
Actually, I think it was 4.
4? Okay.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I remember it being in 4 parts.
Let's see.
Ooh, my word. Which is, bird.
Dato Penacasta. Bird is the word.
It's funny, someone responded to me on Twitter. I forget how we got talking about words. And, I might have been like words you're not supposed to say or offensive words or whatever. And the guy responded to one of my criticisms. He was on my side. It was saying, everyone knows that bird is the word. And I responded with word up.
That is
he
to
thought
go.
that was funny. I don't know. I almost responded with word up, gee homie, but I'm not sure that was appropriate.
Yeah, it's a 4-parter, and then there's a video that's an hour long, a single episode. Igadasta Vatukat on the thing for the thing with the thing, if you know the thing.
I don't know. Either that hour-long version wasn't up when I went looking, or I didn't watch it because it was such shit quality.
That'd be a reason not to watch something.
Okay, the hour-long was uploaded 3 years ago. The 4 parts were uploaded 10 years ago.
Oh, that might be it. I don't know how long it's been since I watched it. Oh, Xander's licking his paw. Thank you.
It is the fufuness. Oh, gaga, shentai, I gotta say. He said, my note to knowing why is like the hiccuping to being to making.
I don't know. Hiccups suck.
Oh. Last time I hiccuped, it was because I was eating something very spicy. Isn't that weird? Like, I looked it up once and there's a reason for it, but I forget why. But isn't it weird when eating something spicy makes you hiccup?
Do boo, yes.
I was like that. Okay, my experience with store-bought salsa is that when they say hot, they sure as fuck don't mean it.
Oh, right.
But my dad found this stuff because he really likes salsa. He brought it back and it said hot. I didn't believe it, but oh my gosh. So I hiccuped for several minutes after eating this stuff.
Okay then.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I loved it, but it was still a surprise.
Very moo. Very, very, very moo.
I don't know, I make a habit of watching the Super Bowl every year. I like to, instead of salsa, I like to get the nacho cheese for that one.
Yeah, nacho cheese is good shit.
Especially if it's like the completely artificial, you can see it from orbit because it glows in the dark stuff.
I grew a Carolina Reaper and took a bite out of that once.
Yeah, I bet you regretted that.
Is that a pepper I don't know about?
Yep.
It's the hottest pepper in the world.
Peppers.
Oh gosh, I saw this video a while back where like an entire orchestra ate I guess it was that one, but it was a really hot pepper, and then they all tried like hell to play and couldn't. Like complete chaos with this orchestra trying to play and their mouths are burning to hell. It was hilariously funny.
Well, I did prepare ahead of time. I had some ice cream and some bread on hand.
Oh.
Like, when you start eating something that's spicy and you're like, what? This isn't spicy at all. Oh my gosh. Like it builds on you.
Yeah, huh?
That's kind of how ghost peppers are.
Oh man, you know, I gotta get my hands on some chicken tikka masala.
Ooh, it's good shit.
Yeah, it's been a while.
We made some not that long ago.
Like, I'm sure that the curries I've made are highly offensive to Indian chefs, but I do enjoy making my own curry.
Yeah. Well, honestly, like Michael's like ancestry, his great grandfather was a religious caste Indian, and his great grandmother was black. And so like he has a lot of like a taste for, you know, curries and like African food.
I found a recipe for a curry using the cranberry hibiscus leaves I'm growing.
Hmm.
I might try that.
I really should look up an actual curry recipe because basically all I did was I would throw some dairy into a pan and then add curry and pepper to it and some 5-spice, of course.
Okay.
Chinese
I
five
mean-
spice is so good.
It's really overwhelming though. Like I can barely even use half a pinch before it overwhelms the dish and tastes exactly like chai tea.
Yeah.
So I have to use it very sparingly. Mm. He is just sitting on the floor like a loaf. It's weird. Like I can never tell if my, well, I mean, with Xander you can tell, but with Columbia it's hard to tell if she's happy or not. Like she looks fairly content, but she also looks a bit bored, and I can't tell.
Moo.
And of course, if I try to reach out to her and pet her, Xander, the attention whore, comes over and tries to horn in.
Mm-hmm.
Got the mute button just in time on that one. Sneezing.
Uh-huh. Let's see what we've got here.
That's right. It, like the weird sort of effect, green screeny thing makes your pants entirely disappear, so you just look like a floating and disembodied torso.
Ha.
That's funny. I think it's funny.
I was amused by it. And I should not have talked about the chips and salsa. I'll be right back.
Oh no.
Those rainbow Twizzlers are almost more like gummies to eat. I got some Hershey chocolate Twizzlers and rainbow Twizzlers here.
Moo.
I mentioned them earlier.
But you know, whoops, sorry about that, hitting the mic. I hate it when there's not enough chips left in the bag that are large enough to have the structural integrity to hold salsa.
Yeah, I hate that too.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer.
What do you do with those chips anyway?
Well, who
Me,
was it that
I
says
will-
to...
Pour them into the thing and then just eat it with a spoon.
Maybe it was you that says did that then, because I remember somebody says did that.
Yeah, no, like I will literally just put them in a bowl and utilize a spoon.
Spoon. Oh yeah, that's the hot stuff.
An hour and a half till the Orville.
Dobrożnie.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to watch it in the morning because there's a a noise ordinance law. Whoa. From 10 to 7, you can't make a lot of boomings. And my downstairs neighbor has a rep for bitching. So if I'm going to watch it and feel the kabooms, I got to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. But I have that brand dash new TV finally set up. It's pretty big. Looking forward to watching the Orville on a big screen.
Nice. I do not expect them to top last week's.
Yeah, well, I really hope they don't end on a fucking cliffhanger. Because there is no word yet on whether or not they're renewing it. My hope is that Seth MacFarlane is saving that announcement till after this last episode. But if this turns out to be the series finale, I'm going to be pissed. In fact, a lot of people will be.
I'd say it'd be really stupid of them to have it canceled permanently, but then again...
Look at what happened to Family Guy.
They've been doing really stupid stuff, choices anyway. They've been giving the crap season after season while they've been ignoring the good stuff.
I mean, there was definitely a lot of budget going into these episodes, but gosh, was it worth it? I mean, seriously, this most recent episode, if they had put that in theaters, people would have left satisfied. I mean, my gosh, that was epic. I was very impressed by those pterodon fighters. Those were great. And where Gordon and John were doing all that sort of Star Wars-y stuff. Holy crap. Also, this bag sounds remarkably similar to the bag that the kitty treats are in, and Xander's like, what the hell? Give me a kitty treat.
Mirror.
Looks like it was estimated that the seasons cost around $20 million in budget per season.
Honestly, that seems low to me, but that's fine.
Yeah, it might be low. It's not official. It's more of a guesstimate.
I mean, hell, when you think about it, I mean, Friends, just a sitcom, each actor, by the end of it, was getting $1 million per episode. And there was like, 22, 24 episodes in a season? And that's just paying the actors. If they spent $20 million on, 9, 10 episodes of The Orville? I mean, that's pretty low for a budget.
Apparently, looking at Star Trek Discovery, their budget was $8 to $8.5 million per episode.
Jeez. It's funny. I didn't find out until like a day or two ago that Hulu has a store. Like, I didn't know there was a place to shop on, for Hulu merch. But I just had to buy one of those T-shirts of the Orville that looks sort of like one of the uniforms.
Yeah, I'd like to get the blue one, but I'm not sure if I can justify $45 for a T-shirt.
Well, I did buy one of the blue ones. I was sorely tempted to buy the Admiral's shirt, though.
Yeah.
I'm not sure purple works on me very well, but blue is definitely my color. I was tempted to get one of the red ones instead, but I didn't do it.
Yeah, I might be able to pull off purple. I don't know.
I think purple's a very flattering color on most people.
I tend to wear more. I tend to wear more earth tones.
My skin tone is kind of weird, very non-standard, and Vermont sun has done more to tan me up again than San Diego ever did. So, I look really, really, really olive right now.
I don't tan.
I have alabaster skin. I don't go in the sun. No, that's sunscreen.
Well, I've got African Italian and Ashkenazi Jewish blood primarily, so I tend to get, if not dark, at least swarthy.
I mean, going back to this picture, that is as tan as I get.
I don't know if it'll come through on camera, but I do currently have a bit of a tan line. Let me see here. Like, nah, it's not very apparent, is it? Oh well. That's a shame.
Not to these eyes.
I need better lighting in here. It's very distinct in person. Cameras are notorious for, like, not getting color right.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually a picture of me standing next to someone, like another atheist YouTuber who was visiting me in Seattle. And this was me in Seattle, where there was hardly any sun. And the contrast between us is striking.
Yeah, I'm more freckle than tan.
Like, I actually can tan a bit. I have Italian and Native American blood, but I really don't go in the sun without some, protection, like either wearing long sleeves or lots and lots of sunscreen, because the sun ages your skin, like, rapidly.
I once visited Cuba and was outside without sunscreen for 13 hours and did not burn.
That's impressive. Also, if you get one bad sunburn, increases your risk of skin cancer exponentially.
I've sunburned exactly twice in my life and never was it that bad.
I've actually had one really bad sunburn when I fell asleep face down on the beach in shorts, and I burned the entire backs of my legs.
Ouch.
And I had cheerleading tryouts the next day.
Oh.
Well, I remember there were some girls in my high school who got the bright idea to try to really, really tan themselves up in a tanning bed. And I remember them coming into school. They could not move their faces. They had to use cream on them constantly. It was just scary what they had to go through.
Okay, then.
So, use in moderation.
Dayukorostu.
Yeah, like, honestly, I keep my skin covered up by clothing, and the parts of my skin that aren't covered, like my face, I put sunscreen on before going out. Like, I have a SPF 30 lotion for my face. It's a moisturizer with SPF 30, and then I also have a primer for my makeup when I wear my makeup that is SPF 30, and my makeup is SPF 25. So, or my foundation anyway. So like I am like triple fucking dipping there on the sunscreen.
Yeah, if I'm doing a lot of work out in my garden, I have these this long sleeve shirt I got, and I have my big floppy hat. And...
For going to ball games, I only went to one ball game this summer, unfortunately, but previous seasons, I would use an SPF 50, because there was one point not that long ago where I didn't get my knees quite right, and I couldn't walk for most of a week.
I
Yeah,
find
sunburn sucks. It
I-
feels like you've tanned your skin. Like it gets like tight and
Yes.
it's
Yeah.
very painful.
Yeah, I find covering up works better for me. I've trying sunscreens just don't seem to really do much for me, and it doesn't feel good and it smells funny.
Yeah, the skin of the knees turns to leather. That it had burned that badly. I mean, second degree burns.
That is no bueno.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
envy you light-skinned people one tiny smidgen.
Well, and like honestly, I'm not going for Miss Melanoma 2025, like I don't want skin cancer. And, sunburns are not fun. So I do my best to avoid them. I also have like a mild sun allergy. It's weird. Like, even if I don't get burned, even if I put sunscreen on, I don't get burned. I actually get like a prickly rash if I spend time in the sun.
Okay then.
Well,
Like, it'll be like these little like red spots. And it's not a sunburn, it doesn't hurt or anything like that, but it is itchy.
well, speaking of ball games, I have some plans to see one. My friend Brooke, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, made some plans to go to one of those minor league games. It's gonna be like me and my dad and Brooke's family. But if the weather doesn't cooperate, we're gonna go bowling, of all things.
Bowling is
Okay,
fun. I
okay.
enjoy bowling.
I haven't been bowling in years.
Yeah,
I
me
love it.
neither.
We're
Well,
going bowling. We're going out for sushi or hibachi and bowling when I come visit you, Dai.
Okay.
That'll be the plan. If I'm in your area, like we'll do bowling and hibachi.
There are 2 bowling alleys within walking distance of my place.
Perfect.
I don't know why they did this, but they are right across the highway from each other.
Well, it's funny. There's like 3 supermarkets within like a quarter mile of each other right here.
Daio Korostu.
I don't know why they decided that was a good idea instead of spreading out, but it's one section of town.
I mean, at least you've got variety.
True.
Yeah, but it's a strange little place up here.
I think I've only been to Pennsylvania once.
Well, I have relatives in Philly, so I've been there more than a few times.
I mean, I don't complain too much about Pennsylvania. It's better than Ohio.
But where isn't?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, I don't know. If I had to rank Ohio and Alabama against each other, I don't know which one would
Alabama's
be.
worse.
Okay.
Alabama's worse. Don't know for how much longer, with the way things have been going, but Alabama is most definitely worse.
I haven't been to Alabama in something on the order of 40 years. So, very likely it's not like it was when I was last there.
I don't mind the feeling of spiciness, but my sinuses are reacting like I've just been tear gassed.
Well, I mean, considering, like spicy was meant to deter animals from eating the plants. Like, it's a defense mechanism to stop us from eating them, but we eat them anyway.
Yeah,
because
these
we're
crazy
fucking
humans.
weirdos.
Yep, humans are weird.
Well, but I mean, the part that I really meant to emphasize was that, my sinuses are going nuts right now. So,
Parrots don't even pick up on the heat. They don't detect the heat at all.
I don't know. I don't know if that means they're lucky or if that means they're missing out. Esta llega raporto. Nanda palakete. What do we got?
Flabada blib blob bleep.
Yep. 2250. I guess I'm going to start wrapping up over the next 10 minutes. Anybody have any last words?
Well, I hope not.
Say again, hon?
I said,
Yeah.
well, I hope not.
I was gonna say, like,
Yeah, there
I
you
mean,
go.
we don't want to die.
Mango
mean-
salsa.
I can leave the call up. If you guys want to keep talking, that's not a problem.
No, we've been at this for quite some time,
I
and
still haven't had dinner yet.
Oh
yeah,
no.
that's why I broke out the chips and salsa. I was a bit on the hungry side.
Okay, yeah, we're almost 4 hours on this one, so yeah. But it's I want to make sure I get some sleep so I can get up for dialysis tomorrow morning and all
That
kinds
is
of
important.
all kinds of fun stuff. At least I took a shower tonight, so I don't have to worry about getting under the flowing water in the morning.
Yeah,
You
I
know-
managed to get a shower tonight too.
I have this brain teaser I came up with that I think is a little too obscure for people. You may remember I've mentioned it before, but I would love to find someone who can figure it out without being told. And it's if you use an eating implement to rock a tall building back and forth, why are you all wet?
Wait a minute. You use an eating implement
To
to rock
rock
a tall building back and forth.
back and forth.
Why are you all wet?
It's a brain teaser. If you take it too literally, you won't figure it out.
Yeah, I'm trying to play around with the sounds of various names of eating implements.
I've never had anyone figure it out. It might just be too obscure.
I'm not getting anywhere.
No idea.
All right. Well, in the world of spoonerisms, if you shake a tower, you must also take a shower.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking spoonerisms.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's, eating implement, spoon.
Yeah, definite.
And like I say, I'm not sure anyone can get it, especially since I started with the answer and worked my way backward. I'm not sure it can be done forward. I mean, maybe someone like some mega genius with a 300 IQ might get it, but I don't know. And I'm not even like patting myself on the back for, being smart and clever. I think I might have just made it too much of a thinker, too complicated, not enough context to get it. Like it might be a badly formed thought
Okay,
experiment.
okay.
I've never
Yeah.
even heard of the answer, so
Well, a spoonerism, is where you take the first letter or the first sound of a word and swap it with the first sound or first letter of another word. So take a shower, shake a tower is a spoonerism.
Yeah, and another one is if the foo shits, wear it.
That kind of thing, yeah. So it's like, if you shake a tower with a spoon, you must take a shower. That's why you're all wet, is because you must take a shower.
Takorista. O patana kere. Menne karotopusta.
I mean, like it just I don't know if it works. Ah well, whatever. Maybe someday I'll find someone who can answer it and be like, "Holy shit, I came up with a good one."
There you go.
But to this day, no one's figured it out, and I'm not sure it can be.
And you've been doing this since 1984, yeah.
No, I came up with it like a year or two ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, oh my. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have to lie down because my neck is starting to go crazy. Listen, everybody, I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. You guys keep me going, and I hate you for it, okay?
Neener,
Um,
neener.
yeah, there you go. And, but seriously, if there's anybody listening into this, as long as you keep liking this, and as long as I'm alive to do it, I guess I'll just have to keep doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
There you go.
what the hell?
Well,
And
my assassins are on their way.
okay, sounds good to me. And I want to thank all you good kids for being here on panel and everything else.
But what
Of
about
course.
me? I'm a bad kid.
Well, yeah, but you're special.
Well.
Yeah, short bus special.
Yeah, there you are. And okay. And to everyone, all of you, I will then say, thanks a lot, troops.
Mm-hmm.
See you on the other side.
Bye.
Bye.
Catch you later.